Ready? Counsel, you ready? We're on the record outside the presence of the jury. We have counsel and Mr. Jackson present. Right before our break, the state had rested, and I believe at this point, Mr. Johnson indicated he wished to make a motion on behalf of the defendant. So, Mr. Johnson, you may go ahead. Oh, all right. Sorry. Ms. Foley.
Thank you, Your Honor. On behalf of my client, Alexander Jackson, the defense moves for judgment of acquittal. The state must prove each and every element of this case beyond a reasonable doubt. Taking the state's evidence in the light most favorable to the state has failed to meet its burden. The state must prove all the elements of murder in the first degree for each of their respective counts. First and foremost, the state is required to prove identity, that Alexander Jackson committed these offenses. We would submit that the state did not produce sufficient evidence to carry its burden of proof. In addition, the defendant contends the weight of the evidence does not support any verdict of guilt. As to counts 1, 2, and 3.
Is that it, Ms. Foley? I didn't want to cut you off.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Slaughter.
Thank you, Your Honor. I do agree that the burden on the state is to prove every element of the crime for each of these murders beyond a reasonable doubt. When considering a defendant's judgment for motion of acquittal, the court must look at the evidence in the light most favorable to the state and give the state all reasonable inferences that could be derived from the evidence. Your Honor, the state submits that there has been ample evidence by way of video, photograph, and direct testimony from the witness stand that supports a prima facie case for each of these crimes, and a prima facie case that each element of each crime has been established beyond a reasonable doubt when the evidence presented is viewed in the light most favorable to the state. And for all of those reasons, Your Honor, the state is asking the court to overrule and deny the defendant's motion for judgment of acquittal in its entirety.
Anything further you wish to say, Ms. Foley?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Slaughter? Anything further?
No, Your Honor.
All right. On the existing record, I am denying the motion for the defendant's motion for judgment of acquittal as to each of the 3 counts. I think the motion highlighted, no secret, the issue in this case is identity. That's the main argument made in support of the motion by the defendant, viewing the evidence in the light most favorable to the state, as I'm required to do at this point. I do find that there's substantial evidence which would justify an inference of guilt. It is a circumstantial case, but there are enough circumstances that I believe a jury that support an inference of guilt at this point. And for those reasons, the motion is denied. I did want to say one other thing on the record. We were talking about jury instructions before we went off the record. And I did do a little looking over the lunch hour with respect to the voluntary manslaughter. I believe Ms. Slaughter was talking about the no evidence of inflamed passions or whatever, but more importantly than that, there's no evidence of a serious provocation. There has to be some sort of provocation for voluntary manslaughter that would trigger that. There's been no evidence of any provocation at all by any of the 3 decedents in this case, the 3 victims. And so on the existing record, I would not, I'm just letting you know that I would not submit the voluntary manslaughter. Obviously, the record's not closed. If that could change, but I'm just letting you know where I'm at right now. So, one other thing I wanted to say with respect to jury instructions, and again, not faulting anybody, but obviously the involuntary manslaughter instruction is, I guess, new. Neither one of you submitted a proposed instruction, and it's not on your proposed verdict forms. I can fix the verdict forms, but I would appreciate an instruction. And I would also like each of you to put a proposed instruction together that you believe would like to see with respect to the out-of-court statements that were made to officers, I believe, Barber and Dunbar, if I remember correctly, and those would be the statements from the construction workers, and then the neighbors solicited for, questioned. And then also, I would like your proposal for what, if anything, you think I should be doing about statements made by investigators Denlinger and Lucina as part of the interrogation or interrogations of Mr. Jackson. So we talked informally, maybe even off the record, about instructions addressing both of those. Mr. Johnston indicated he would be requesting an instruction, at least as to the first issue, the one dealing with the construction workers and neighbors. The state indicated they didn't have an objection in principle to such an instruction, but obviously it was dependent upon the language. So again, what I want is your respective proposals for those. I've got some of my own, but I would like to see what you guys think I should do. That also, I think, makes a cleaner record if you guys have submitted something. And my plan would be, if you get those to me by noon on Sunday, then I can email you hopefully a final draft, my final draft version on Sunday, again, based on the state of the record. Again, some things may not be known by that point. And then we can make arguments and I guess address any issues after that. All right, with that, any further record the state needs to make at this point?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Johnson? No, Your Honor. All right, then we still got 8 or 9 minutes. right, go ahead and have a seat. Welcome back, everybody. I hope you were able to find some lunch. So we have our jurors back. We have counsel Mr. Jackson back. You may recall that before lunch the state had rested, so we're turning over to Mr. Johnson on behalf of Mr. Jackson. And so, Mr. Johnson, is there a witness to be called for the defendant?
Yes, Your Honor. The defense calls Kyle Hine.
All right. Mr. Hine? You just come up and have a seat right over there to my far left, if you would, sir. And Mr. Hine, that microphone is on. I ask that you use it. You can adjust it however you'd like to make it most comfortable. So, Mr. Hine, the first thing I'm going to do, sir, is swear you in. If you'd please raise your right hand. Mr. Hine, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be giving will be the truth?
I do.
Okay. And then, Mr. Hine, next, please, just for the record, can you give me your first name and your last name and spell them both?
Kyle, K-Y-L-E, last name Hyen, H-E-Y-E-N.
All right. Thank you, sir. Mr. Johnson?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Hine.
Good afternoon.
Could you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you do for a living?
I have a company called Detector Dogs International, which at this point does consulting on police dog matters, drugs, explosives, tracking, apprehension, obedience, article searching, so everything to do with it. I analyze what the dogs do, what the handlers do, the training logs that they may have, the certificates, the score sheets of the certifications, written reports by the dog handlers and other officers on scene, and I compare and cross-compare any videos to make sure everything is being out and present.
So would it be fair to say that right now you consult with people in criminal and civil cases regarding the behavior of canines and their handlers?
Yes.
And has that always been what Detector Dogs International has done?
Prior to just doing the reviews and analysis, I used to train dogs and handlers I trained dog teams in Kuwait, Qatar, Bolivia, Ecuador, Colombia, U.S. Border Patrol, the Nebraska State Patrol, Minnesota, South Dakota, Kansas, redid their program, started the other state agencies, and I had dogs from Anchorage, Miami, and San Diego to Pittsburgh.
And was that from 1988 to 2004?
Yes.
And from 2004 to today, that's the consulting on the civil and criminal cases?
That's correct.
And have you ever worked in law enforcement?
Yes. I started in law enforcement as a police officer in 1979, 2 days after my 21st birthday. And then just a couple of years, I was in there training tactical team, and then was selected to start a dog unit for the Laramie Police Department, Laramie, Wyoming. We didn't have one, never had one, and I was selected to start it.
And again, in case I skipped over this, when you were doing the contracts for training dogs from 1988 to 2004, that was for law enforcement canines, was that correct?
That's correct.
And the one that you just talked about, was that the one out of Wilbur, Nebraska?
Laramie Police Department, 79 to 87. I went to work then at the largest police dog school in the United States, the Alabama Canine Law Enforcement Officers Training Center, for about a year and a half, and then I came up to the Sheriff's Department in Wilbur, Nebraska, Saline County, and I worked as a deputy there whilst getting my business up off the ground.
All right. So you were in law enforcement then yourself for how long?
79 through about 91. And when I was at the school in Alabama, we were fully certified there, responded to bomb calls, which I searched a couple of banks with bomb dogs. So it wasn't just working with the training of people from all around the U.S., around the world. It was also still being in law enforcement.
Thank you. And do you have a curriculum vitae that details your whole career in terms of your experience and your training and your education?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, at this time I would submit Defendant's Exhibit I, which is Kyle Hyan's curriculum vitae.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, then Exhibit I is admitted.
I do.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury briefly about your educational background?
Graduated from high school in Nebraska, went to Chadron State College in Chadron, Nebraska. Went to work at the Laramie Police Department, but when I went down to Alabama, I finished my Associate of Science degree in Police Canine Science, and I was the first one to get that. And that, as far as formal education, scholastically, that's what I did. Nothing beyond that.
What about law enforcement training? What have you had in that regard?
Law enforcement training, I was trained as a SWAT member, a sniper. I had defensive tactics training, high-speed pursuit, intoxilizers, all the stuff that goes with being able to work the street as a trained officer. Later, I also then received training and certification as a defensive tactics instructor, which, although I was certified at and got to a high level in it, it's not something I really liked doing. So I just stayed with training the police dogs and the handlers with the dogs and teaching them the canine officer survival tactics.
Is that because you like dogs?
I like dogs.
Is that a dog tie that you're wearing today?
Yes, it is. My wife bought that for me about 30 years ago, and it's a lucky tie, mostly.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury about the police service dog schools that you've attended?
I attended schools hosted by other instructors at that time. My first was the Cascade County Canine School out of Belt, Montana, which is part of the Sheriff's Department in Great Falls. The trainer, Les Beaubier, was trained by the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, and so his philosophy that he taught us was based off of the RCMP training. The tracking, drug work, and apprehension work was all based off of RCMP, and the RCMP is based off of English methodologies.
And any other police dog service training that you've done?
Yes.
And if you're going to pronounce some of these German words, I've already provided those words to the court reporter, so I don't pay attention to what she tells you.
I attended seminars taught by one gentleman had been a dog handler in Germany for many years before he retired and moved to the States. I went to like a week or 2 week long school that he hosted. But after I finished the school in Montana, I wasn't very comfortable with the service and quality of the dog. and my training. And I went to a seminar that was being held in Kansas, and one of the first things, one of the instructors was the head of the largest police dog school in Germany. And he asked a question. He said, who in here's dog will track on concrete? And I raised my hand because I had been taught dogs can track on concrete. So they made me go away. They laid a track. I started my dog, and my dog didn't track on concrete, and it was only a couple of minutes old. And at that point, I went, that what I had been taught, dogs can track human scent falling off the ground all the way around here, isn't very true if it's only minutes old, and my dog didn't even take 5 steps in the proper direction. So then there were some other things with apprehension work that kind of opened my eyes. Like, I didn't ever like what we did, and now that I see other alternatives, I definitely didn't like what I was trained on. After that, I went to a second seminar with the main instructor from that and saw what they were doing. We converted my dog to the apprehension methodologies of the German police, and I then fell in line with what they taught. Some years later, that would have been 82-ish, 1984, I was selected to go to Germany and train with the German police at the largest police dog school in Germany, the Landespolizeischule für Dienstunführer. You have that, right? Okay. In Stukenbrock. And so I went there, and we trained essentially 6 days a week. Apprehension work, tracking. Then at the conclusion of that, competed in the International Police Dog Championships. There were teams from, at that time, East and West Germany. So there were just West Germany, 11 states, a team from France, a team from California, and the team that I was on, Team USA, which we had Alabama, Wisconsin, Colorado, myself in Wyoming, Indianapolis, Indiana, and a guy from California. So at that time, it was tracking, obedience, agility, and apprehension work. No drug work, because it was a competition. And I still have my score sheets, but they're packed, we're moving. And I still have my score sheets from that period in time, and we finished about in the middle of the approximately 75 dog teams throughout.
So you're saying you lost?
No, I thought it was a big game because my dog was, when we went to the school in Montana, my first dog, he said, bring a German Shepherd. That's not a lot of detail. So I brought a German Shepherd, and 2 weeks later he said, you need a different dog. Got a different dog. 2 days later he said, you need a different dog. And I'm like, we're running out of German Shepherds. Jumped in a car, drove 5 hours from Great Falls area and tested a dog, which I was kind of confident he was pretty stable because when there was a search and rescue at a state park, helicopter landed, dog jumped in the helicopter and it was still going. It's like, okay, he's got something there. And 2 years after that is when we were in Germany and competed in the international championships. The dog had no training, didn't even know sit when I received him. So we took him from being a backyard dog to the international championships, and just being there was a huge win for me and for the dog. So I worked him for about 8 years before he came down with cancer and had to put him down.
What was that dog's name?
His name was Heinz because he looked kind of like, to me, a conglomeration of several breeds, but he wasn't. He was a German Shepherd.
Are the Germans sort of the gold standard for police canine training?
For the training and the certification standards, yeah. I have not seen any inside the United States or even from France. I had an acquaintance from Scotland, and I don't think their standards are up there. And in part because what I was trained, which they're still training, doesn't match up with truth and fact.
How does the U.S. compare in terms of training canines with the Germans?
Parts of the U.S. utilize the German police standards and technology. The state of Utah, Nebraska, Minnesota, state police, not necessarily all law enforcement, and Kansas, South Dakota. There are agencies within. There are only 4 states in the U.S. where the state mandates this is the standard you will certify your dog to be able to work. That's not very high.
I did not hear Iowa in that list of states.
They are not on that list of states.
And then did you also were you an instructor for canine law enforcement in Alabama and Tuscaloosa then?
Yes, I went down there and became the senior instructor. And again, we trained dogs from Kuwait, Qatar, Bolivia, Ecuador, Colombia, and officers from across the United States that were coming in for training. They were trained to the standards of the German police, and we were very strict and regimented on what we trained and how we certified.
And that was in 1986?
Yes.
In 1991, did you act as a patrol dog judge? And can you tell us what that means?
In the canine field, the beginning level is dog handler, and I'm sorry, is dog handler. And then if somebody is a supervisor, you train them as a supervisor. That's a level up. Then judge, then instructor, then judge, and then teaching judge is the highest level. So I had started out as a dog handler. I went through the instructor's program. Then I moved up and I became a judge in 1991. And I was the first law enforcement officer in the United States, trained and certified inside the United States to the levels of the German police. So in all aspects, drugs, explosives, tracking, agility, obedience, apprehension work, everything that was in law enforcement, I was trained and certified to evaluate and judge.
Can you tell us about some of the major contracts that you've worked with law enforcement through the years?
Yes. Again, when I was in Alabama, we had a contract with U.S. Department of State Anti-Terrorist Assistance Program, or ATAP. And that's where we were training the foreign agencies to Kuwait, Qatar, Bolivia, Ecuador, Colombia. So we trained those. When I came back, I started and trained dogs for the Nebraska State Patrol. Nebraska Patrol is the leading agency in the states for interdiction of drugs coming across the only interstate in Nebraska, I-80. The Minnesota State Patrol, South Dakota Highway Patrol, and the Kansas Patrol we revamped, changed. Plus I also had the contract for U.S. Border Patrol for about 2.5 years and filled the 80 positions, but I also failed 5 dog handlers during that time, so had to train 5 new people with the dogs. The dogs were okay, the handlers not so good, and I wouldn't pass them if they didn't qualify.
Would it be fair to say a dog is only as good as its handler?
No, actually, many times the dogs are just far better than the handlers. But that's a personal thing. The dogs can only perform when recognized by the handlers. They can't be If the handler can't keep up, can't do and maintain properly, if they're not trained properly, the dogs are not going to maintain a high level of standard. It's going to decrease. And I've had that happen with dog handlers that I trained and put out, and they came back a year later, hadn't done day one of training because the sheriff said, by golly, we've got a dog, that's all we need. And no maintenance training for a year. I didn't certify that dog team the next time.
So basically, these major contracts that you talked about, you did most of those in the 90s. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
And can you tell us about some of your professional experiences?
Because of what I've been trained to do, I have been contacted by the U.S. Attorney's Office in Northern Illinois. They had questions about a currency seizure. A dog handler seized $90-some thousand, and they had questions about it. So they sent me the paperwork, videos, everything they had, and I analyzed it and told them that the performance of the dog team was not reputable. It would not pass any standard that I would judge, evaluate. So they refunded the $90-some thousand, $94,000. They then came back and contacted me and asked me to write up a standard for law enforcement service dogs to be utilized in currency seizures. Not just, oh, we're going to run there, the dog hit on it, but actually standards to make sure they weren't going to smell U.S. currency and alert to that, which can happen. I've been contacted by the New Jersey Prosecutors and actually taught a seminar or portions of a seminar for the New Jersey Prosecutors a few years ago on both drug detection and criminal apprehension, what they should look for and what they should be aware of and cautious of. The defensive tactics seminar. There was a company called PPCT, Pressure Point Control Tactics. They had a national seminar, and they asked me to bring a dog in and do kind of an awareness for other law enforcement people and go, oh, dogs can do this. We can use them for this, but there's control work that needs to be done on it as well. And I can't remember if I'm skipping.
That's all right. And from 1987 to 88, you have Alabama Canine Law Enforcement Officers Training Center. Can you tell us about that?
That is a school in Alabama that I went to, and it's a community, part of a community college. I ended up receiving my Associate of Science degree, Police Canine Science, and then we trained the dog teams from around the country, but also from foreign countries as part of the ATAP, Anti-Terrorist Assistance Program, part of that contract. So we had people from Bolivia, Ecuador, and on and on and on through that U.S. contract.
So what you do now is consult on civil and criminal cases, is that right?
That's correct.
And we contacted you in that capacity. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
And do you just testify for the defense, or do you also testify for the prosecution?
I testify like I did when I was a police officer. I testify to the facts.
Objection, Your Honor. This witness, you may.
Go ahead, Mr. Johnston.
Thank you, Your Honor. Let me ask you a different question, Mr. Hyen. When somebody attempts to retain your services, do you ever turn them down?
Yes.
And can you tell us why?
When they contact me, I never take a case until I evaluate all the information that they have. Once they send me and I review videos, training logs, certification, score sheets, written reports, then I will decide this person did right, I will justify what they did, or this person did wrong. And it just depends which attorney is contacting me, whether it's plaintiff, criminal, the prosecutors, or whether it's defense in criminal cases, or if it's the defendant or plaintiff in a civil case. So once I evaluate it, I base it off my training and experience, my dog handling, my training with the German technologies and police, the judgeship. Then I say, this is what I see. I don't take a case. In fact, I had a prosecutor get a hold of me and talk to me and said, well, can you defend him on that? And I said, I don't have enough information to defend anybody on anything at this point. And that's when they retained me and said, okay, you go ahead and review this. After your review, if you think, then we'll retain you. So I don't just blanket. I was in law enforcement, so I'm for law enforcement, and I don't blanket. I'm against law enforcement, so we're going to go after them. That's not the way I work. It's not how I was a police officer, and it's not what I do today.
Have you testified as an expert regarding police canine training, handling, and behavior of canines?
Yes, I have.
And can you tell us where you've testified?
I have testified Connecticut, Louisiana, Nebraska, South Dakota, Kansas, Washington, Oregon, Guam, 2 times in Guam, California, basically east coast to west and from the north to the south.
And is that in state and federal court?
That is state and federal courts.
Have you reviewed any documents or videos about the case of the state of Iowa versus Alexander Jackson prior to your testimony today?
Yes, I have.
And can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you have reviewed?
I've reviewed body-worn camera from Officer Buckles. I've reviewed the written reports. I can't remember if they were plural. Training logs. I was given a copy of the NAPAWADA certification, which is a certificate for tracking. And I think that's most of. If I left something out, I'm not sure.
Did you also review Officer Buckles' deposition?
Oh, yes, I did review his deposition. Yes.
All right. And if we could, would it be all right if we played the video of Officer Buckles doing the track with Corsa? And would you be able to stop it at certain places to note your observations?
Yes, that would be possible.
All right. If I might prevail upon the state to play that.
Did you say I'm going to be interacting with him on this video?
No,
Or
no.
just playing it?
He's just going to ask you to stop it at certain points, if that's all right.
Not a problem.
Your Honor, may I adjust?
Sure. Take a moment and you can adjust that screen. It's also going to be on screens here, but that's probably the most convenient for you.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Are you ready?
Yes, I am.
Yeah. Please, if you wouldn't mind starting it, then thank you.
get there, she was whining, but then her breathing, how it's open mouth, it's coming in through the mouth, she's not breathing through her nose. That's a sign that the dog has been worked up. They're either through stress, excitement, they're pumped up, or they're hot. And that's why dogs breathe through the mouth and not the nose.
Is there anything about that behavior that might affect Corsa's performance in tracking?
Yes, absolutely. When the dog is breathing through the mouth, they cannot smell. The only olfactory systems smelling is in the nose. And I will say now that Officer Buckles said the dog can smell when they're through the mouth. Physical impossibility, they cannot. There's nothing there.
You're saying a dog cannot smell through its mouth?
That's correct.
And do you have any opinions about why the dog, do you think the dog is hot? Do you think the dog is stressed? Why is the dog panting?
The dog could be excited. I know that the dog had been in the house before that and then brought back, put up in the car. So I don't know. Logic says you would keep the car running, air conditioning going on, and not trying to kill your dog in a hot car. So I'm assuming that he had the vehicle running, air conditioner on, cooling the dog down. The dog to be that jacked up, pumped up, and Officer Buckles testified, I believe, that she's a Malinois. They're excitable. They are. I have one. But still, if you're going to work and they're like that, they're not going to work to a peak level of proficiency.
If the dog had previously been placed, let me strike that. You're aware that Corsa was also trained in explosive detection.
Yes.
If the dog had previously been placed in an area where they would smell gunpowder, for example, do you think that could contribute to the stress of the dog?
Yes, I do.
In what way?
The dog knows the odor. I'm trained, I'm supposed to find this. But in that situation, Corsa was not allowed to go and find it. So it's like, I'm smelling this, it's in the air, there's shell casings around here, but you're not letting me go out and do my job. So that's stress. Dogs want to work. That's what they do.
Officer Buckles testified that that wouldn't happen because Corsa had a different harness for each one of her specific tasks.
I heard that testimony, and I do not agree with that one bit. If the dog is well trained, they don't need to have a different collar put on them. I mean, my wife cooks without an apron, but she also cooks with an apron. She doesn't need it to cook. This dog doesn't need it to smell. It needs a little leeway to be able to respond and pinpoint, but it was prevented from doing that. At one point, he had to pick the dog up, carry it up the stairs so he didn't disturb evidence on the ground.
All right. Should we start it back
Yes,
up again?
please.
Thank you, Ms. Slaughter.
Here.
Go break. Go break. Go break.
If we can stop it again. I will say, in the car, the dog was close to Officer Buckles himself, the uniform. Yes, you heard the dog. It was very close to his microphone. You can also see this leash, and I don't think I've heard exactly. Tracking leashes, tracking lines are typically 15 to 30 feet long. You can see the dog is quite a ways out in front of him. You can see that her mouth is open and you can definitely hear her. That means she's trying to cool herself off. Dogs only sweat through the feet, and then the tongue coming out, not down the side, is getting more air onto it to help cool them down. The longer the tongue, the further out of the body it is, the hotter they are, the more they're trying to cool themselves down. They can't hide that. So those things, when I first see this, I'm going, okay, hot. And it could be during the drive over, maybe he was accelerating left, right, back, forth, brakes. Don't know if he would maybe had a siren on early, but then as he got closer, because there may be a criminal suspect in the area, turn it down. But the dogs may get pumped up because of the driving and the action of. So.
And what we're seeing right now, the dog is not tracking right now, is that correct?
That's correct. He's got the dog out to go potty, basically.
And to just be a dog, maybe?
Just be a dog, relax, get kind of like the sixth player on the bench coming off to come into the game, stretch, and get you loosened up before they start playing.
Standard operating procedure in dog handling?
Yes, it is.
All right, thank you.
Are you wanting me to go ahead?
Yep, yes, yeah.
Seats up.
Okay, if you can pause for a second. And it's probably been covered, but right here he's putting the tracking harness onto the dog. Going back to my training, originally, the RCMP, we put a harness on the dog, we attach the harness, we track. When I went to the German technologies, one of the things that we learned very early was putting a harness on and attaching, essentially, if this is the head and this is the back, and you attach the tracking line here, when the dog is going, puts their head down and starts to smell, you're pulling back. So what are you doing? You're pulling the head up. The dog has to work harder, then their speed picks up, and they try to pull to get down. In the German police, the leash goes down underneath, between the two front legs, attaches to the collar, and what happens there is when the dog puts the nose down, if they start to speed up and you pull back, you're basically touching the nose of the grass and going, maybe you should slow down. They go, oh, yeah, you're right, maybe I should slow down, instead of being pulled up off of the ground. So, although the harness is used widely in the United States, it is not entirely, and using one for drug detection and one for explosives is not scientifically based anywhere. It's not necessary.
So there's a different kind of harness that is better for dogs when they're tracking that pulls their heads down as opposed to pulling them up.
And actually, we didn't even use a harness. We just attached to the collar they normally wore, choke chain, or what they call the fur saver collar. Kind of looks like a log chain, but finer links than that. And it just hooks underneath, and it's always on there. You don't have to go hunt around and do this because the bad guy's running away from you, and you got to attach a tracking harness because they don't know to track if there isn't a harness on them. And again, I was trained in that. And then I learned otherwise and went, oh, that makes perfect sense. The other didn't.
So the leash goes underneath the dog.
Yeah, it comes down and underneath the leg. You can see the silver on her neck right there. And actually, this is what's called a prong collar. There are points all around her neck. So when she pulls on that, it's pinching her, going, this hurts a little bit more. So I was never a fan. I did use them occasionally, but I'm not a big fan of them. I've seen them abused on dogs. But by putting that underneath, you can grab your shirt and pull it down, or a watch, it's going to pull it down. Stick it on the back, it's going to pull it up. And it's not a good and accurate function of performing properly. It's just not good.
If you could continue, Mr. Scheer, thank you.
Yes, the dog is directly in front of him at that point, but that was not relaxed, controlled breathing. That was rapid exhaustion or excitement. Okay.
Thank you.
Stop. I will also note, he put the tracking harness on. The dog's not acting any different in the tracking harness now than it was before the tracking harness went on. Still walking out in front, still open mouth, still breathing hard. Didn't put her nose down to the ground, start looking for a track. There's no difference in the actions of the dog here than beforehand. Sorry, go ahead. For just a second. In hot weather conditions, concrete is going to be hotter than grass. And he just walked from his vehicle to this point down the center of the concrete road. If you want to take your shoes off and walk in hot concrete sometime, you'll understand what is going on. And again, the only place a dog sweats is the pad of their feet. The tongue being out helps them to cool. But that's not helping the dog cool down. Okay.
Off. Off. Justin, are you coming with me? Hey, Justin, are you coming with me? Off. Off.
I'll stop it again right now. Obviously, she's excited. She wants to work. but that's not helping her relax. Her breathing hasn't slowed down. She's not closed her mouth. She's excited. She jumped up on him. She's not responding immediately to commands to lay down, lay down. So his second command, then she breaks it, and then second or third command, she lays down again. It's stressful because the dog is getting up. It's stressful to the handler, and the dog's being corrected because it wants to go work, but I can't work because you want me to lay down. I want to go, and the dog's not rested, so it's not efficient to go. And he's waiting for his backup to go with him. Okay.
Off.
Stop, please. Right there, you saw her head. She was not laying down. She was in a sit position, so we had to put her back down again. And it's frustrating for a handler who has to continually put the dog back down because they want to go work, but I want you to lay down. I'm waiting for my backup. And it's frustrating for the dog who wants to go work, but can't because we got to wait for the backup, and I'm ready to go now, but the breathing hasn't slowed down. She's still fast, rapid, panting, and there's nothing through the nose. Okay.
Hey, Barbara, where are you at? You want to come over here and walk with me? We can still do the back mark where we're at. Justin got tied up. I figure if we're just working right here, but Sarge has been over to talk to this lady. Brown walked through, so we'll work that, but we can still view the back door. Justin went across the street and he was going to walk with me.
Stop right there. You can see her putting her head down. When she's doing that, there's less panting. She put it there in that little walkway between the bush and the street. She's doing it right here. The nose is down the ground. She's trying to track.
Has the track begun now?
He hasn't given a command, let's go track, zook, as a rule, but she's been trained to track and her nose is down. She's either smelled something and her nose is down trying to follow it, or she's trying to find something to follow. And from this, right now, we don't know. If we play it, there's a little bit coming up here where the dog shoots off to the left, head down.
Could you just indicate when the track begins?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Off. Off. Alright, well, I guess we can go down. Brown took that path. I can work
Rock
the...
that?
Yeah, he came down this way and got behind those trees
Okay.
to look in and see that the window was
That's
open.
fine.
So I'll work that. We can work up in this yard here, but like I said, Sergeant, all them will walk through here, so we can try on that way. But I mean, I don't know unless you had a way up there or a car up there, if this was actually some setup down. Sheriff Space Canine, anybody in the area sound off? You will be bit by my dog?
He knows that a sergeant or someone officers have walked in the grass in that area. And to try and start a dog tracking onto somebody you know isn't the suspect is not an ideal thing. Because you know, okay, somebody's been here, my dog tracks it, we're tracking the wrong person. So then what do? You have to correct the dog from doing what they're doing. They are not smelling human scent. They're not smelling, oh, this is a sergeant, there's the odor of the uniform's the same. There's nothing like that. It's, I smell disturbance, I'm going to track it. And if you know somebody on your side has just been through there, unless you think the sergeant did it, then you don't use it. It's contaminated. You go elsewhere into an uncontaminated spot. That's where you track. He's now starting to give warnings, announcing what should be loud, clear, and audible, that it's the police department. We're out here with a dog, so you should let us know you're here so we don't bite you. Because if this dog finds you, the training method that they use, they find somebody, they're going to bite them. And that's why in the house he had to pick it up and carry it, and that was the safe, smart thing to do inside the house. Absolutely. But out here, if there's a 6-year-old kid hiding in that bush back there, and the dog smells, that dog's going to bite that 6-year-old kid hiding in the bush.
So this might be an appropriate time to talk about when dogs track, what are they smelling?
When dogs are tracking, and again, I was taught dogs are tracking human scent, but they weren't able to track down the road after the person just laid it. Dogs, back in the early 1900s, the German police raised that question. What are dogs tracking? Are dogs tracking human scent, or are they tracking ground disturbance odors? They set up tests, and across the country, they took the best tracking dogs. They went over here, they ran a series of tests. The results are dogs are tracking ground disturbance odors, not human scent. And there is, I can think of at least 5 different sets. Some of them I have run at seminars and had people whose dogs trained to track human scent, lay a track. Dog didn't successfully complete it because dogs aren't tracking human scent. Dogs are tracking ground disturbance odors.
So what do you mean by a ground disturbance odor? What do you mean?
You could reach down and grab a handful of grass, bring it up to your nose, and you'd smell a little grass. You take that in your hand and you rub it around, you're going to smell a lot more grass. Now, a human, the scale of our nose smelling abilities, a dog has 17 times more mass in their nose to smell than a human does. That's a lot. So they're smelling ground disturbance. I have taken dog handlers and blindfolded them. I've laid a track. I've turned them around, put them in the area, and on their hands and knees, using their nose, have been able to follow where I laid the track. And it wasn't, just a quick walk. It was kind of like what Officer Buckles described he did when he started tracking. A lot of disturbance, but they're able to do it with their nose, not their eyes. And again, you pull that up and you crinkle that grass, you're going to smell like the lawnmower just cut it. You're going to smell it. That's what the dogs are smelling. It's just, again, they've got 17 times the mass that the human has, and that depends on the dog and the size of the dog. But we're talking about working dogs who love to work and want to work versus, I can't smell anything. My daughter can smell everything. But that's ground disturbance odors. It's not human scent.
If that's all that a dog can smell, then how is it that they don't get confused by cross tracks, which are also ground disturbance odors?
They do get confused by cross tracks, but it depends on the cross-track. If the suspect or in the training track is laid at 9 o'clock, and they're going to start their track at 9:40, but at 9:39 somebody walks across that, the dog will come to that point and go, oh, wait a minute, that's fresher. That's different than what I was following. And they'll almost always take the direct straight path or the path of the track. If track layer is 160 pounds and the cross track is 90 pounds, the dog's going to go, ooh, that's not as much. I'm going to go after this other track that I have been on for a period of time. So dogs learn to pick up and distinguish the difference between the amount of disturbance, the age of the disturbance, whether it's older or newer than the track they're on. So that's what the dogs are picking up.
So it's not, as Officer Buckles testified, that there was human scent involved, and that's how a dog distinguishes between one track and another.
And that's correct. It is not there. I was taught there's human scent, and then I found out there isn't. And again, the tracking experiments, which were called the Karl's Horster Bazooka, KarlsHorster, and that's one word, Fazuka, Fazuka, I believe. But it's tracking experiments from the early 1900s. And they did some amazing things trying to figure out human scent or ground disturbance. That was the question.
And I hate to keep, but there's one more I think we need to address here. When the dog, how does a dog actually find the track? Does the dog's nose have to go over it, or can they smell adjacent tracks just through the air and find the track themselves? Do you understand my question?
I believe I do, and I'll answer if it's not. When a dog is started from a track, we used a tracking ritual, laid the dog down, kind of look out like, gee, hook the leash on, and then start the track, which Officer Buckles kind of did in this situation, had the dog down and finally connected the leash to the harness. So then the dog goes out. That track may be 6 inches in front, or it may be 66 feet in front of them. But they have to learn. Oh, there it is. And then you see their head drop, and then they start to follow. They may go left and go, oh, wait a minute. It's getting older. Dogs can track within a few steps, know if they're going to where it came from, or they went this way, I need to go this way. And basically I tell people, think of a coyote or a wolf in the wild. They're hungry, they smell a rabbit track. They're gonna track it. Well, they smell and they start to go and they go, wait a minute, that's where the rabbit came from. There's no rabbit, there's no dinner over there. So they're gonna turn and go with the track, and then they can smell, oh, it's getting fresher, milliseconds, but it's getting fresher. So they're going to go with that, stay with that, and they're going to hope they catch dinner.
Okay. So the dog can be within a couple of steps of the track, and it can smell it from that distance?
Yes, and it can be, depending on the wind, they may be further away. They may have to be, if it's still, they may have to be almost right on top of it to pick it up. Somebody smoking a cigarette in this room, which they shouldn't do, it's because of the size, it's going to take a while to kind of, but if they're up there and the wind is blowing this way, you're going to smell it and further away, and that may take you back to it. It would take the dog back towards the source of the odor.
Thank you. Sorry to interrupt all that. Are you ready?
We can go back to video, but especially after lunch, I like to take a quick break. We've been going about an hour, so why don't we just, not a long break, why don't we just all stand and take a quick stretch? Just as an aside off the record, I will say, I had a German minor in college. I've been an attorney and a lawyer now for 23 or 24 years, I think this is the first time that German minor has actually paid off. So,
I've got some more to throw at you.
no. I'm rusty.
So am I.
All right. You're good to go without Mr. Scheer? All right. Were we ready to play the video again, Mr. Johnson? Okay.
I believe so.
All right.
Oh, I just wanted to mark for the record, where we are on the video right now. We're at 9:01:57. All right, thank you.
Dear up, it's Police K-9. Anybody in the area, sound off or you will be bit by my dog. Yeah. Last and final warning. Cedar Rapids Police K-9. Anybody in the area, sound off. You will be bit by my dog. Go shoot. Where's the yard first?
If we can pause it for 1 moment. I will point out, when shortly after he started out, head was down, she was hunting for it. Head came up a little higher. There's nothing to smell down low, so I'm going to come up higher. When she goes off to the side and down, her head actually wasn't, but he never ever took a step to go with her. And then when she came back up close to the house, her head hit the ground for just a short period of time, came, and then she spun and then went back out. So the handler, and he's trained with her now, I think a couple of years by that point in time. So he's knowing her better, what she's going to do. But you have to always consider everything that they're doing. And if they go off to a side, you may have to step with them because they may not be to the odor yet, but they're smelling it. But if they hit the end of the leash, that's a leash correction to a dog. And so if they hit the end and they come back here, is it because there wasn't anything out there? Or is it because, oh, he just corrected me, so I'm going to come back? And right now, you don't know, I don't know, because I haven't seen this dog enough at this point to know what's going on.
Are you talking about when the dog dove down into the brushy area?
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Prosecutors.
And I'll again point out, sorry, that dog is halfway out in front of him on what I assume to be a 30-foot leash. You can hear her breathing. That's not arrested breath. It's not cool. The mouth's not closed. There's no odor going in the nose. Okay. We can pause it. The green grass, again, lawnmower, you're going to smell it. Lawnmower runs over the top of those rocks. There's not much disturbance that's going to come out from that. It's much harder to track on, I don't know what you would call that, the rock. On gravel, there's just not that much disturbance. crushed vegetation, there's a whole bunch more. If you get into areas where there's a lot of bark from trees they're using for landscape material, there's not going to be as much disturbance because that bark is dead. It's not fresh and growing like grass is.
And did you see any documentation as to the amount of times that Corsa had trained over a rock or gravel?
I never saw a reference that I laid a track down a rock path ever, and that should be documented.
Thank you.
We need to talk to these construction workers, though, at some point. Make sure no one, she's not picking anything up coming through here, so.
Yeah, right there, her nose was down
Yeah.
at by that tree. Her nose was down, she worked. He started talking, head came up. I don't know nobody knows what was there. Sorry.
Okay.
Well, and I'll watch it and I'll work the wood line, or that path line. Would you?
If we can pause it right there. Corsa went down off to that side. She's back in there. And unless I'm just hearing things, he said, come. She was down there. His hands are up. They're moving. He never steps with her to say, okay, what have you got? Let's experiment and find out. He stayed up on, I'm assuming, the rock path. And then she comes back.
And just, again, for the record, we're at the 9:05:08 part, I believe. And the house that's visible there is the house in question. Is that right?
Yes,
And before that time, we have been in the neighbor's yard. Would that be right?
that's correct.
All right.
Now, I will also state, so that it is out, not too long, there is going to be an item. I still don't know what it is. It kind of looks like a bucket. And she comes up and around there. She puts her head down, not once, but 2 different times. And I don't know what it is, but it's something to be aware of and look for. And it's one of the things I saw straight away. So I'm ready.
Good girl. Go shoot.
There's, and I don't know if it's a bucket, I don't know if it's a trash can. There was one just about immediately on his right-hand side. She didn't pay any attention to it. There's another one out in front. And I think but it's been a while since I've watched the video. I think that's the one she pays attention to in a short period of time. Okay. Her head is down, she's working, her mouth is closed, she's smelling. So that's a difference from what we have been seeing. Okay. Now we stop. Officer Buckles did not go with her. She's 30 feet out in front of him. He's standing on the rockway. He has not stepped out with her, even though she has showed her head down to the ground, smelling intently, and then she goes off there. He's staying where he's at. He's not walking through, I'll refer to it as the forest. Okay.
So what is the consequence of that? What does that mean that he didn't do that?
That means if she has an odor that she's trying to track, he's not. And he's stopping her because of that tracking line, not going any further. Wait. Okay, she came back to me. And the dog is like out there trying to go, but can't.
So that would be interpreted by the dog as a correction?
It can easily be interpreted as a correction of the dog. They hit the end of that leash, that's a correction.
Okay, thanks.
Come here.
If we can pause, it's much easier to see what she is doing out in the open, crushed vegetation, back into the forest area with the tree overgrowth and the bush overgrowth. So out in here, it's easier to see what she's doing. You can still hear her now. several minutes later, panting, mouth is open, not breathing through the nose. Okay.
Of course not. Good girl. What? Okay. Good girl.
Okay, so we can pause. That is, I think, the second time right in that same area where he said, like, good girl. And that is an area, my memory and understanding is where officers came in on the backside of that house, down the side and over. But she's gone over there. He's said it twice. And if you hear, he's wearing gloves because that nylon leash is running through his hands and you kind of hear a end of it. Not wearing nylon or not wearing gloves and that nylon, you get burnt fingers. I've seen that happen. So, but she's going around to get her, at least her head is kind of pointed down, but the mouth is still open. And frankly, at that point, I would have said my dog is too hot. I am not even going to try and track because the dog isn't going to be able to track anything anyway. Sorry.
Oh. Good girl. Good girl.
You can pause it for a second. The more open the mouth, the further the tongue is hanging out, the hotter, more exhausted the dog is. And like a person, they can have heat stroke or heat exhaustion as well. So that dog should have been stopped before, just for safety of the dog's sake, and it wasn't working, so, okay. does. I don't think you ever get up and move again. In fact, I think when this video ends, there were several more minutes where they might have moved a little bit, but they stayed down. They're not going to be tracking. That dog would not be capable of tracking. It would be a health risk to even try it beyond this point.
The dog, though, would you agree, does appear to pick up a couple of law enforcement scents during that track?
Yes, up over by the wall, it paid attention, then the nose dropped, and that's according to what was said. The officers came down that side of the house and up to the back door.
And I believe around the gravel path, there was a tree where Officer Buckles said, "Good girl."
Yes, right towards the kind of the beginning, yeah.
And with that would have also been consistent where an officer recently was.
My memory is he said that there was an officer who'd come up over by there and gone to look at the back door to make sure nobody was in there coming out.
Does the odor of crushed vegetation wane or lessen over time?
Yes, it does. It's dependent on temperature, humidity, wind. It's going to be strongest once it's laid, done. But the odor is going to stay there. But then as it ages, and wind current may affect it, no wind current. It's going to come pretty much straight up. But so it does affect it. The grass starts to heal. It mends.
Mr. Johnson, are we done with this video?
Oh, yes.
All right.
Sorry, Your Honor.
Oh, you're
yes,
fine.
we are.
And turn the lights back up. Okay.
Mr. Hyen, in your opinion as an expert in police canines and their handling, was Corsa handled in a way that gives you any confidence that someone did not flee out the back door of that residence 40 minutes earlier?
No, doesn't give me any confidence. The area of importance wasn't checked.
And what do you mean by the area of importance?
Suspect was purportedly fled out the back door. He didn't come up to the area of the back door into the grass and deploy his dog to smell the grass. Nobody's going to be able to teleport themselves from the back across the grass and over into the forest. They have to run across there to get there. So whether they came and went straight out or went at a right-hand angle or a left-hand angle or went out into the grass and pivoted and turned a different direction, that's where the track's going to be. That's where you're going to start it and be able to follow it. You start out there, number one, it started on a police officer's track, and he stopped the dog from it. So now the dog was doing the right thing, tracking, oh, I'm going to stop you from doing it. Dogs don't stop, that's a correction. So then they go, but when the dog is showing interest in areas, he doesn't go with the dog. He lets it go down that little hill instead of going with the dog to try and find out. The grass vegetation area outside the door, if somebody fled across, that's where they would have left. And he did not state, and nothing was ever presented to me that said, all the officers ran through the grass coming up to the back of the house. They came down the one side, opposite side of the house that he came down. But there wasn't ever mention of people walking back and forth across the back of the yard or the backyard.
So in your mind, it would have been important to start from the back door and work out towards the woods?
Yes.
Was there any other direction that you might have checked with the dog?
I would have, all that grass area, the backyard, start 10 feet from the house or 10 feet from the concrete, whatever the walkways are, out. So if they smell and they, hey, to the right, we got something because the officers came from the trees up. Well, if they did, but there was no information that they did. So that's where I would have gone, to the grass, and checked what would be contaminated, especially they had to come out of that door.
And any concerns again about the time lapse that had been if this event had occurred at 8:20 and the dog is tracking at 9 o'clock? Any concerns about that?
The odor starts to wane. Now it's still there, but the way that dog is breathing, she's not going to pick it up as if she just came out of an air-conditioned car and all relaxed and going, okay, let's go. That hot panting, the olfactory system, the smelling system is in the nose. It's not in the mouth. So when she does close and smell, she's actually smelling something. The rest of the time it's open panting, she's not smelling.
And did you also see evidence in that video that Corsa might have found a track that was not pursued?
Yes. And I don't know if those were trash cans. It kind of looked like that on this screen. My screen didn't show that quite that well. She went around it, and then there was a second time, and I didn't mention it, and I apologize. She came around. She didn't spend as much time the second time around that same apparently trash can. And then the time before where she was up and then went over the edge and into the kind of heavy vegetation area. Don't know, but didn't follow up and say, okay, let's go check it out. You know, go with the dog 15, 30 feet, and the dog lifts its head up and go, oh, no, there was nothing here. Let's go this way. Then you know. But if you don't go, you don't know.
I'm going to, may I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm going to hand you Mr. Hyland's been marked with defendant's exhibit J. And I took the liberty of highlighting a couple of paths. Would that be a rough approximation of where Corsa was taken in her track that day?
Yes. That would be.
In other words, she was taken out wide past in the neighbor's yard around, and she was also then taken through all this brushy area down to what we saw as the gravel pathway.
Yeah, I referred to it the forest, but yes.
Okay. Move for admission of defendant's exhibit J.
Any objection to J?
No, Your Honor.
All right, defendant's exhibit J is admitted.
And then with respect, yeah, approach again.
You may. And you don't need to ask again with your witness.
Defendant's exhibit H, which has been previously admitted, would you recognize that as a picture of the backyard?
Yes, from the back of the house out towards the rock pathway, yes.
And could you indicate on that picture for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where you would have searched that area, and this is the back door over here?
Okay. I would have started my dog between the tree and the house along here trying to pick up disturbance of the suspect who fled the house. I would not have started back here trying to find, because then are you going to find the suspect came to the house through there, or did they run out and you don't know which one you've got? And up here, close to the house, as long as you know the officers didn't step across there, you're going to pick something up. Short vegetation that's got a lot of odor, they're going to pick up on. So that's where I would have started.
And would Corsa's panting have been a reason why she could pick up fresher odors but not older odors?
Yes, because there's more, on a fresher odor, there's going to be more odor than on something that's been there 40 minutes.
Going back to defendant's exhibit J, if you could hold it like that. Is there another area that you would have searched going out? Let me strike that. If the intruder had left going this way, that's brick patio, right?
Yeah.
And then gone out this way off the brick patio, of course, I've been able to detect that.
And that is actually right in this area where you were sorry. In the area that you were pointing, there's some shrubbery there, the road there, and there was a narrow strip of grass. And as you recall, I pointed out, she put her head down, she was going. So we don't know who walked through there, but somebody did. Her head was down. And then it came up. But again, the open mouth, and then we don't know if that, because dogs cannot track on asphalt concrete, there's no disturbance there. We don't know if whoever she was trailing felt, hey, I'm going to come over here. Don't know. They didn't ever walk back over there because he originally started from this area. She came down here. If somebody walked across here, it was never checked out.
And maybe you're aware of this or you're not, but there is a Nest video from the neighbor across the cul-de-sac that would have encompassed part of the Scarlet Road area. So that, if the person had gone out on here, that video probably would have picked that up. But could the suspect have fled this way? No.
Yeah, it just depends on the angle of the camera. So.
And would you have searched alongside Scarlet Oak northeast?
On this side, yeah, I would have run that too. And in fact,
Side of that?
yes.
Thank you.
But my dog would have to be arrested to do it.
No further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Scheer, cross-examination?
Your Honor, this be a good time, or do you want to take a break?
I'm okay to keep, you folks okay to keep going? I was going to wait till close to 3. So you need a break, Mr. Sheriff. We're happy to take one.
No, I'm all right.
All right.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Hyen.
Good afternoon.
How are you doing today?
I am well, thank you.
Just want to kind of go over some questions about your experience and your training with your CV, okay?
Yes.
Can you tell me the last time that you actually were a K-9 officer, that you had a K-9 partner?
Last time I handled a dog, I was with the sheriff's office in Nebraska.
What year was it the last time you handled a dog?
In 91.
What was your K-9's name?
His name was Hines.
And what type of certifications did you have?
We had the internationally recognized German police dog standards, the PSP 1 for apprehension, tracking, agility, obedience, and PSP 2 for drug detection.
So you were, as you put, a dual-purpose dog for tracking and narcotics. Is that correct?
Well, no, it's not. It's close. He did tracking, criminal apprehension, certified in obedience and agility. And it's not narcotics, it's drug work, because the only narcotic they're trained to find is heroin, but they also find cocaine, methamphetamine, and marijuana. Those are not narcotics.
Point is, though, you were dual purpose, meaning that your dog had multiple purposes, correct?
Yes.
And that was, as you state, drugs and tracking, correct? With other things, but the main things were drug and tracking.
Well, the main things were apprehension, and all of the things is important.
So the last time that you were a certified K-9 officer was 1991, correct?
Yes.
And I'm sure when you were a certified K-9 officer that you did hours of training throughout the week to make sure that your K-9 partner was ready to go. Safe to say?
Yes.
Because it's important for you and your officer, you and your K-9 partner to be in sync with one another, correct?
You need to know what the dog is going to do, and you need to be able to read them, yes.
Yes, I mean, as you said, the dog is a better, basically, officer than a human. You should trust the dog more, right?
Well, not that you need to trust the dog more. You need to know how to read the dog and know how to maintain the dog. The dog needs to be maintained properly.
Absolutely. That's why it's important to do training throughout the week, correct?
With the dog, it's going to be working the street, yes.
Yes, your partner. So it's important for the handler to know that dog's signs, tells, breathing ability, tracking, everything, right?
Well, now you're talking about a handler. Are you talking about me or a handler?
Well, I guess I'm talking about a K-9 officer that has a K-9 partner. Isn't it important for them to be able to train with each other, correct?
The degree is much different.
Okay.
A trainer that knows what they're doing, trains dogs and been trained to train dogs and train handlers, knows and sees and reads what that dog is doing at all times. A dog handler is a dog handler.
Okay.
That is, let me please finish.
Hold on.
answer.
Yeah, just let me.
That is a
sir, hold on.
huge difference in being able to read a dog as a handler and being able to read a dog as an instructor, as a judge that's been trained to evaluate it.
Okay.
That's different.
Thank you for the clarification. I'm just talking about a regular canine officer that we have, Officer Buckles, so we're all on the same page, okay?
Okay, you mentioned you were talking about me, so okay.
Well, were you originally a canine officer?
Yes, I was.
Oh, so let's just stick with when you were a canine officer then, okay? So was it important that you and your canine worked and trained with each other?
Yes.
Because it's important for you to learn your tells and signs and notifications by your canine, right?
I don't understand what you're saying.
So you don't understand that it's important for you to be able to tell if your canine's alerting to something or not?
Yes, it's important for every well-trained handler to know.
So rightfully so is why you do a lot of training, right?
That's one of the reasons, yes.
Well, when you first get a canine, you guys are not necessarily know how to work with each other. You have to learn by doing training, right?
Correct.
So it's not like, here is your canine, go hit the streets, right?
It shouldn't be, but there are those that do that.
And absolutely, that's dangerous. You would agree, right?
Absolutely.
So that's why you have these weeks of training to make sure that you become familiar with your canine and your canine becomes comfortable with you. Would you agree with that?
I would agree that if the training is proper and well done, that is important.
And the best person to know about how their canine works, operates, is the person that handles that canine day to day. Would you agree with that?
Absolutely not.
Okay, so
That is why.
sir?
No, let me finish.
No, you answered my question.
That is why the
Objection, Your Honor.
judge
He's becoming argumentative.
evaluates the actions of the dog handler.
Sir, he just asked you a question. If you want to add some clarification, Mr. Johnson will be able to ask, but he asked, I think you answered his question. I understand, but I think he went beyond the question, so go ahead.
Thank you. And sir, if you could just please listen to my questions, and I'm sure your defense counsel has follow-up. He'll ask you follow-up, okay, sir? And so you're disagreeing that someone that handles the dog day in, day out would not understand the dynamics of that dog. You're disagreeing with that, right? Well, I just asked a new question, so
The dog handler is a dog handler. They're not going to know what an instructor and what a trainer and what a judge knows.
And the last time you presented at a training seminar was 2016 at a county prosecutor convention in the state of New Jersey, correct?
That was a statewide for county prosecutors.
So, like I said, that's the last time you presented was 2016, right?
No, I believe, and I don't know that it's on the record, I also did a presentation in Nebraska for, I think it was defense attorneys, but I don't believe it's on here.
What year would that be then?
It would have been like 2018,
Okay.
17, 18.
So around the 2016, give or take a couple years then, correct?
Yes.
And the last law enforcement training you attended was 1989?
If that's what's on there, then yes.
The last police service dog school you attended was in 1991?
Yes.
The last police service dog training seminar you again attended was 1990 with legal issues?
If that's a question, yes.
Your last major contract was in 1999, correct?
No, actually, after that, I did the Kansas Patrol, and no, I guess Kansas Patrol was revitalized 7 years before that. South Dakota Patrol up until 2003.
Okay,
It's right down there.
see that. And then the last professional experience was in 2016, the thing that you already talked about in the Southern District of Illinois in direct examination, right?
And what examination?
The last professional experience you list on your CV is in 2016, right? I guess he's got 2020. Excuse me, you actually have one up to 2020, correct?
I don't know. What page are you on?
Your last page, sir, where it says 1996 to 2020.
Well, that's now 2023, because I'm still doing that. And what is not listed was when the Prosecutor's Office, Northern District of Illinois, which would have been after 2016, had me evaluate the currency seizure and then write a protocol for currency dogs to detect odor coming off of currency. That would have been after 2016.
What year was that then?
After 2016, but I don't remember what date.
Okay,
what year.
so your CV is not up to date then.
It needs to be updated.
But it's important to maintain up-to-date information about training canines. You'd agree with that, right?
And I do.
Okay. So the last ones that you did was, what was the last year that you did a training?
Just a couple of weeks ago, I went on the internet and I read items. I read items in regards to this case, as far as dog smelling and detection, tracking. I can do a lot of that stuff. I am not a member of any canine organization, nor do I wish to be at this point, because I don't agree with the standards of NAPA-WADA, USPCA, NNDDA, North American Police Canine Association. The standards are flawed. None of these agencies do training of the people, of the dog units. They do certifications of them. And there are so many that have come up now. It used to be basically two, United States Police Canine Association and NAPA-WADA, North American Police Work Dog Association. There was the German standard. And now, after Florida v. Harris, you have to be a bona fide agency, association, which means a kennel in Indiana started Blue Warrior certifications to certify their dog teams to a bona fide standard because they said they were bona fide. So all of these are not certifiable, and I'm not going to agree to their standards that are subpar and handlers that are not well trained.
Understand that, but I don't think that was anywhere near a question I asked, but that's okay. Because you agree with the German standards as you testified, right?
I agree with them, and there are others.
Okay. What are the other ones you agree with?
They're just different organizations that use strict standards. It may not be to the German methodologies, but the results are similar.
And so if it's not something similar to the German standards, you don't like it, do you?
That's not it.
But no, it's a simple...
It's not that I don't like to do them. It's that I don't think they're right. They don't protect the people. They don't protect the dog handlers, and they're exposing the dog handlers to injury, and they're inflicting more pain onto people when the dogs are apprehending them.
It sounds like you don't like it then, right?
That's why I'm not a member.
Because you don't like them, right?
Because I don't like the standards. It's not right.
But there are hundreds of standards throughout this country, aren't there?
I don't know the numbers.
But there's more than just the German one, right?
Yes.
And agencies throughout this country use all kinds of different standards, correct?
They do.
And doesn't mean that you're agreeing with them because you agree with the German ones, but just because an agency doesn't use a German standard doesn't mean that they're not certified, correct?
Well, the certification is, I'm not going to agree that somebody is certified because they walked around and there's no written documentation to prove, as in this situation where we got a NAPA-WADA certificate saying the dog was certified to track, dog team was certified to track, but there's no records anywhere provided what the track was, if they made a right turn, a left turn, if the dog was directly on it, the handler read it, there wasn't any evidence on the track that the dog should have alerted to and indicated to the handler there's human evidence here. There's nothing except for a piece of paper that says they're certified.
So
Nothing.
your opinion
There
then
is
is
nothing.
So your opinion then is Napawata just hands out certifications just for the heck of it then, right?
I'm saying there's no justification behind what they do. I'm saying that there is no way to recreate what they did because there's no records of it. And
That's
let me
your
finish.
opinion though, correct?
No, that's not my opinion. That's fact. As Shallow Creek Kennels, which is the ones that trained the female officer, Amy
Sir,
Schumer.
I'm going to stop you because this is nothing to do with my
She
question.
trained a-
Your Honor, I'm going to ask the witness, listen to my questions, please, because this has nothing to do with the question I
I do
asked
think
him.
this is going beyond the answer to the question at this point. So go ahead, Mr. Scheer, ask your next question.
Thank you, Your Honor. And once again, Mr. Hyatt, I do appreciate your willingness to listen and just please try to answer my question, okay, sir? You're not an expert on biology for dogs, are you?
No, I'm not.
Have you heard of the Jacobs organ for a dog?
The Jacobs organ?
Yes.
No.
You-
It's in regards to smelling. I don't know about it, but I believe I've heard about it.
That there is a connection from the mouth to the nose in the dog. You do know that that exists, right?
That doesn't commit to the dog being able to smell through that.
Thank you, but I was just asking, you do know that exists, right?
Yes.
And that you would agree that dogs smell way better than we can smell, right?
Yes.
And that they breathe different than we do, too, correct?
No.
So you disagree that dogs can breathe through their mouth and exhale at the same time? You don't agree with that?
Are you saying, you're saying they do it different than us?
Yes, meaning we have to take a breath in and then exhale. Dogs can do it at the same time. You're disagreeing with that?
I don't know about that.
And you agree that dogs can smell all kinds of different types of odors, correct?
Yeah, that's kind of obvious, yes.
Well, I mean, they can smell like gunpowder, right?
Yes.
Drugs, correct?
Yes.
Bombs, correct?
Yes.
You're aware that they can smell cancer?
Yes.
They can smell coronaviruses?
Yes.
They can smell pregnancies?
Yes.
They can smell change of emotion?
Yes.
They can smell bed bugs?
Yes.
They can smell heat?
I'm not aware of that one.
They can smell diabetes?
I'm sorry.
Diabetes? Like that being diabetic, they can smell that in a person? Do you know that?
I'm aware they can, yes.
And that they can smell for natural disasters that are coming?
Yes.
But they can't smell human odor?
Yeah, they can.
But you just told us earlier today that they can't smell human odor.
No, I didn't say that.
You didn't say that they can't smell human odor at all during your direct examination?
I said there is no human odor falling off on a track for the dogs to follow. There is no scientific research or test that's ever been done to confirm that.
So you're saying they can't track human scent, but they can track human odor.
Okay, I may have missed what you said.
Well, I must have missed what you said because you told me that they can't track
Could you
human.
repeat your question and I'll answer it, but I couldn't hear what you said.
I asked you if dogs could smell human odor, and your answer was they can, correct?
Yes.
But previously in your testimony, you said dogs can't track human scent, correct?
Correct. I said there's no human scent left on a track.
So I guess I'm confused. What's the difference that dogs can't smell human track left over and then they then can smell human track? Can you explain that to me?
Do you want an explanation?
Yes, please.
If you bring a dog in here, they'll smell a human odor, and they'll go to the human that they want to go to because they smell the odor. That is different than somebody who walks down a path, especially going across concrete, asphalt, hard surface. Then you bring a dog, they are not going to follow that person step for step across that concrete or asphalt or roadway, whatever it is. So that is the dogs track ground disturbance odors, crushed vegetation, dirt, mud. But on asphalt and concrete, there is nothing disturbed to be smelling. If there was human odor, then the dogs would have smelled it. My dog, who competed in the International Police Dog Championships in tracking and placed in the top 75 because he was successful, he was about in middle of the scores, could not track me after I laid tracks across concrete and asphalt. But if they're tracking human scent, you ought to know my odor sure as heck should have been able to follow me. It's not possible because it isn't possible.
So it's possible, but it's not possible that they can track human odor, then, is what you're saying?
No, I said it's not possible because it's not possible.
Are you aware of a study done in 2014 by the Forensic Science International where they had experiments with canines that did track human odor that had fallen off people?
No, I'm not aware of that.
Are you aware of a study done in 2004 in Holland where they were successfully able to track human odor and scent off of concrete over an hour after it happened? Are you aware of that study?
I'm not aware of that study either.
So there are.
Was it the Holland police that did that?
Sir, I'm just going to ask the questions, okay?
And
so
I just wanted clarification on your question.
the Holland, I've asked you if you're aware of the study, and you're
So
not.
you're not, okay.
It is the Holland police, sir, and if you just please, once again, listen to my questions.
I listened to it.
So you're not aware of those scientific studies?
I'm not aware of those studies.
So there are scientific studies out there that you're not completely up to date on, are you?
I don't know if they're scientific studies because I'm not aware of those studies.
And you've never dealt with Corsa personally, have you?
That's correct.
You just have personally just observed a little body cam footage from June 15th, 2021, correct?
Of her, yes.
Of her. You didn't observe any of the other officer body cams from that day, did you?
I was not presented with them, so I did not.
And you were giving tracking records that Corsa performed for training too, that you reviewed, correct?
I was given forms that said tracking and had less than adequate information on them, yes.
But were you given police reports?
Yes.
And did you review any Ring doorbell cameras for this case?
Not given any to review.
And you did a thorough examination of those reports, correct? Police reports?
Yes.
Thorough examination of those, as you call, inadequate tracking records, correct?
Very.
Thorough examination of that video that we just watched?
Many times, yes.
And Mr. Johnson had you hold up an exhibit of where you would have begun the tracking. Do you have that exhibit in front of you?
No, I do not.
Go ahead. Yes, I believe so.
Can you once again hold up the exhibit and tell me what exhibit letter that is that you show the jury where you would have started your tracking?
This Exhibit H.
And can you once again point for us where you would want to start your tracking?
The house is setting up here. You got concrete. I would have attempted tracks 10 to 15 feet away from the distance there to the house. I don't know that distance, but I would have started my dog in this area because whoever left, if they fled out, had to go that way. If they'd have gone that way, they'd have gotten caught on dash or video cam. And I was told that if they came around this side of the house, also would have been caught on camera.
And it's important to do a track where there would not be any contamination, right?
That's the only way.
And so are you aware of the area you showed us exactly where law enforcement and paramedics came from?
That is what I said previously, is that it wasn't clarified Officer Buckles said that he and the other gentleman with him came down this side, and that the other officers came around the side of the house and up.
But the area you pointed, you have no idea that that actually is an area that was contaminated, do you?
There was no information given by Officer Buckles that that area was contaminated by any officer or the rescue personnel, EMTs, who were up towards the front of the house.
Well, that's why Officer Buckles didn't start his track there, though. You do understand that, right?
No, it's not in there.
But if you would have got more information, you would have been able to see by other body cams, sir, that there was other contamination there. Would you agree with that?
If the information was there, then I would have known that that area was contaminated.
So then you would not have started a track there if it was contaminated,
No,
right?
then I would have started closer, further away from the immediate house, but back in this area. And I believe Officer Buckles said that the one officer had been over here, and there was kind of a short tree stump in the area and a bush, and that's where he had been. But that was over in this area, not back here in the backyard, coming straight out of the back of the house.
Because you said just there also that you would also want to track an area where to see if it's possible someone would have been seen on a camera too, right?
No.
You talked about being seen on a Ring doorbell. Do you just remember saying something like that?
Yeah, but I didn't say I'd track that, because if they were there, they would be on the Ring doorbell.
And so you don't realize that there were Ring doorbell that showed that there was no one there, correct?
Yes, I do realize that.
And you stated at the beginning one of the biggest problems that you had was Corsa was panting very heavily, correct?
I said that she was panting heavily and wasn't breathing normally to be able to work properly.
And so, in your opinion, that was a big red flag that she was not ready to track, correct?
That's true.
But she was able to track, though, correct?
She put her head down and went a few feet and then stopped.
But you also, on direct examination, indicated that she did pick up tracks. So she was able to track, though, correct?
She could have, but I'm not saying that she did. And that was the area that he stopped her on.
So I guess I'm confused because you had told us earlier on direct there were spots that she did hit and alert, but then Officer Buckles pulled her away. So which was it? Was she able to track or not able to track?
I didn't say she stopped and alert. I said that she stopped, put her head down to the ground, and was smelling. I didn't say she alerted. That's a term used in.
So if she puts her head.
That's a term used in detector work.
So she put her head.
So
Sir,
in answering, I'm trying to finish answering it. But now, if you would repeat your question, so I could answer that.
I think you answered it, so thank you. So if she put her head down, then wasn't she tracking?
Doesn't mean she's tracking. Means she's investigating an odor.
Because she can't smell human scent, right?
That's correct.
Even though that she can smell human odor, though.
There's two differences, and if you want to clarify what your difference is in there, we'll address that.
And you've seen Corsa's certificates, correct?
There was one for sure. I think there was a second one.
And once again, you've seen her training logs, correct?
Yes, I did.
And I think you remember taking a deposition with me and Mr. Johnson back in December of last year, correct?
Yes.
As a Zoom deposition?
Yes.
You were wearing the same tie from your wife,
was.
correct? And you remember saying one of the biggest problems you had was that Corsa was certified as a narcotics and explosive dog, right?
I don't remember saying that she was certified as that. I believe I said that she had been trained according to the records in both.
You're right. You say, what I see failing.
Sorry, what?
You are right. On page 19, you say, what I see failing is that the dog is trained in both explosive and drug detection. And that's a terrible thing. Page 19 of your deposition. So a dog being trained in explosive and drug detection is a huge red flag, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And you are confident that you reviewed these records and absolutely sure that she is trained in both of these?
At the time that I had those records, I had them on a disc, not on paper. I was later sent a copy of paper so that even then it's very hard to read the small print. But it is continually referenced throughout the training logs from start through 21 and maybe 22 that drugs are on there. There's not notations as to I did this with marijuana, cocaine, heroin, methamphetamine, but drugs are on there, and there would be no reason for an explosive detector dog to have notes or a space for drugs, because if he's not doing them, it's not there. And as he was,
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, as he was trained, and if it's not documented, it didn't happen. If it's documented, it happens. It's got drugs on there. If he's an explosive dog, there is no reason to have the word drugs or narcotics. He uses narcotics. There's no reason to have that on any training form.
I just got a couple questions. I'll be done, Your Honor, for our break.
Okay.
And you don't know how Cedar Rapids Police sets up these training forms, do you?
They're training.
You don't understand how they set up these forms, why they say one thing and are not say another thing, do you? It's a yes or no question.
I'm trying to answer your yes or no question.
Well, then the answer is yes or no. Do you know how they set up these documents for why they put things one way or the not?
No.
So you don't realize that these documents are for the whole K-9 unit, and they list all of what the K-9s do, not just a particular dog. You don't know that, do you?
I would disagree with you on that because of the sporadic placement of the word narcotics in the training forms.
Well, Officer Buckles testified that that's what it is for. You don't know that, did you?
I didn't hear that in the testimony that I watched the other day.
And so you don't realize that Officer Buckles' dog is not trained in narcotics. He's only an explosive dog with tracking. You had no idea, did you?
I said that if he, in the deposition, if you've got it right in front of you, you can probably look. I said that if the dog is trained in both explosive and drugs, then the dog should not be working the street. And would you like to know why I made that comment?
No, because what you say is what I see failing is the dog is trained in both explosive and drug detection. So once again, you had no idea what the dog is trained and what he's not trained in, did you?
I was just reading the logs, and again, I had a small, ultra small font that I was trying to read, and I had gone through, and I was mainly looking at tracking, but I saw the continued reference of narcotics in the training forms.
Recently, you've mostly been retained by defense for criminal cases, correct?
No, I do a lot of civil work, not just criminal defense.
Well, I was just talking about for criminal cases, though. But for just criminal, not civil, there's a difference. You've been mostly retained by defense, correct?
A majority of it is.
And for civil cases, which is different than criminal, you've been mostly retained by plaintiffs, people that are suing someone, correct?
As a rule, more towards them, but I do also for defendants.
And how much are you getting paid to be here today?
I get paid $200 an hour when I'm doing in-house work. If I'm doing a trial testimony, it's $300 an hour.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Unless you can tell me you're going to be very, very brief, I think we're going to take a break. I'm going to put it to you guys. We've been sitting a long time. I think they're indicating this time, and I trust them, that we're going to take a break at this point. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a 15-minute break and remind you of the admonition. chaplain who had that side is gone. He left it new. He had something in Iowa City, he said.
Oh, was today, when's Mymon's retirement?
24th,
When's Deputy Day?
Tuesday. I don't remember. I have it on my. Yeah, I think Judge Minot's last day is 24th, and Judge Schrock's first day is the 25th.
January's. Yeah, I have no idea what's going on.
Counsel, you okay if I have Terry bring in the jury? Yep, all right.
H-E-I-N-Z, is that the name of the
Yes, like ketchup.
This one?
Sorry, I should have spelled it. All right.
Yeah.
I was just handed something I thought maybe we could pick up while they were in the hallway, but
We'll be back in a second. All right, go ahead and have a seat, everybody. We're back after our mid-afternoon break. We have our jurors, counsel, Mr. Jackson present. Mr. Hyen is back up at the witness stand. And sir, I'm just going to remind you, since we took a break, you're still under oath.
Yes, sir.
And ladies and gentlemen, you may remember, I think we had just finished with cross-examination by Mr. Scheer, and we're back over to Mr. Johnston for redirect. So, Mr. Johnston, you may begin whenever you're ready, after turning on your microphone.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Hyen, is there a difference between dogs smelling human odor and dogs tracking human odor?
Yes, there is a difference.
And so if we can clear this up, can dogs smell human odor?
Absolutely.
And as you pointed out, if you gave one of these jurors something and the dog could, or let them smell something of theirs, the dog could go over and smell that person.
Yes, they can be trained to do that, yes.
When a dog is tracking, is a dog tracking human odor?
No, not according to all the tests and experiments the tests that I've read and the ones that I've set up to replicate. I've never had a dog track a human scent to the right person they were supposed to track.
And these studies that Mr. Scheer brought up to you, did he offer to let you see those?
No, he did not.
When you said in your deposition that you had a problem with the dog being trained in narcotics and explosive detection, you did not use the word certified, did you?
I don't believe I did.
So it was your impression from the data that you'd been given that Corsa had done some narcotics work.
That was my impression, and from previous knowledge of another dog on the department.
And whether or not Corsa was trained in narcotics detection doesn't have anything to do with how good of a job she would do tracking, does it?
That's correct.
So even though that may be an issue that you have with dogs having that dual purpose, it plays no role in Corsa's ability to track on June 15th of 2021.
Correct. No, it has nothing to do with it. No play.
Mr. Scheer asked you some questions about the certification process, and you were trying to answer, and I think you were referring to somebody named Amy Schumann.
Yes.
Do you recall what the rest of that answer was that you wanted to give?
I can't, was that in regards to after it had expired, the certification? Or?
I don't think so, but let's talk about that for a second.
Okay.
Were you aware that Corsa's certification expired?
Yes, she was certified through Napa WADA for tracking, and which they're good for 1 year, and there was a time that was way past 1 year, and she wasn't certified.
And this would have been during the time she would have been tracking on this date, the date in question.
That's correct.
Does that cause you any concerns at all?
It is a concern because even though there was COVID, even though you maybe, and I know Napa WADA had Hail Mary extended the certification to last longer, go until they are doing it again. There were numerous ways to have at least supported that certification. I'm sure they did with firearms, defensive tactics, breathalyzer, all of that kind of stuff. And if dogs are important, and they are, then they could have set up something and either had Officer Schumer, did I say that right?
Schumann, I think it is.
Schumann, sorry, I'm thinking of comedians. Officer Schumer could have set up the tracks, run it, videotaped it, and then sent that videotape to a Napa WADA judge to say, oh yeah, they did do it right, we can see it, we see the track, we see where the dog is tracking, the handler, and we've got it. Or they could have set up an in-house replica of it using, even though she was a trainer and not a judge, at least set something up instead of just going, well, it's expired, we won't worry about it for another 8, 6, 16 months, who knows, until, and I don't know if she's ever been recertified in tracking, I don't know.
And your other problem with the certification process was I think the lack of documentation that's provided?
Yes, it is.
And why is that?
There's no documentation provided in regards to how long they have multiple turns in the Napa WADA track. So they may go 100 yards, make a 90-degree right-hand turn for 100 yards, then a 90-degree left-hand turn, and then a 100 yards and another 90-degree turn. There's no documentation, no diagram, and also never in his training logs. It doesn't say how long it was, the bake time, or they laid the track, and the officer ran the dog with Corsa to run it. There is no information, and if it's not on paper, it didn't happen. And that's what is most law enforcement officers are taught when they go through academy, and that's what Officer Schumann was trained by Shallow Creek Kennels, and their book is 300 pages long, and one of the things in it is, if it's not documented, it never happened. And it's right in there.
And the documentation is important so that you can replicate it.
Exactly. You can replicate it, look at your records and go, oh, I haven't done this for a while. I haven't tracked across crushed rock or a bark path. I haven't done that, so I need to do that. And my dog's wide on turns or overshoots. I need to set up a track to work specifically on turns. That's called modular training, where you break the task tracking into small parts, the start, turns, head down, staying on it, new, old evidence if they do it, which they evidently don't do.
And what is the major difference between tracking as a training exercise and tracking a potential suspect who has fled?
In tracking training, most of the time, and again, it's not documented on here, most of the time, the dog handler lays their own track. So they know my dog is on the track. I know because I laid it, and that's where we went. If somebody else lays it, You don't know where they're at, what they're doing, and you can't rectify a situation if you don't know they're doing something wrong.
So in a training exercise, the handler has a general idea of where the track is supposed to begin.
Yes. It's not what they call a blind, where he has no idea where it starts or where it ends.
But every once in a while, they do a blind one. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And do you know what the success rate is for urban tracks?
Urban tracking, 10% would be high. It's less than that.
I'm sorry, what number did you say?
10%.
Oh, okay.
And that's still high. I worked in a city of 25,000 people. There was concrete, there was streets, there were dirt, gravel alleyways. I tracked out back of a house that was broken into, and I had to stop because the interstate was flying right through there. So, but my success rate, and even on armed robber, stolen vehicle driver bailed out in the middle of the pastures in Wyoming, it's still, you don't always get what you want. Training is very difficult. It's not an easy task.
And Mr. Scheer brought up how long it's been since you handled a dog on your own.
Yes.
Isn't it true that for decades you've been training police departments and handlers on how to handle canines?
Yes, it is.
It's kind of been your life's work, hasn't it?
It has been.
I don't have any further questions.
Recross, Mr. Scheer?
1 second, Your Honor. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Looking at your CV, you retired from training dogs back in around 2004, is that correct?
Yes.
And your opinion on dog training is based solely on the German standard or standards that are similar to German standards, correct?
No.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Anything further?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Hine. You may step down, and I believe you're free to go.
Do you want those?
Yeah, just think.
Oh, just 2 pages? Okay.
In case you're wondering, I don't think Mr. Johnston left. So I think he just went to fetch another witness. I was just letting the jury know that you had not left. So, go ahead. All right. Good afternoon. Are you Mr. Burke? All right, go ahead and have a seat right over there, sir. And Mr. Burke, that mic is live. It moves around. Just you can adjust it however you'd like just to make sure you use it. So, Mr. Burke, we're going to start off. I'm going to swear you in, so please raise your right hand. So, Mr. Burke, do you swear or affirm, sir, that the testimony you'll be giving will be the truth?
I do.
Okay, and then you can put your hand down. Mr. Burke, just for the record, can you give me your first name and your last name and spell both of them for us?
Ryan Burrock,
Oh.
R-Y-A-N, B-U-R-R-A-C-K.
Apologize for getting your name wrong, but that's what I was given. All right, Mr. Johnson?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ryan.
Good afternoon.
You're going to have to speak up or speak into that microphone. I have a problem with it, too. How old are you, Ryan?
I'm 21.
And how are you employed right now?
I'm a student
And where are you a student?
at the University of Northern Iowa.
Are you doing anything else besides being a student at UNI?
I'm currently student teaching in the Linn-Mar district,
And what are you teaching?
9th through 12th grade band.
And all the instruments, or is there a specific one?
It will depend. It's not set yet.
What instrument do you play?
I play saxophone.
And were you acquainted, or are you acquainted with the defendant, Alex Jackson?
Yes.
How long have you known Alex?
About 8 years.
Since middle school?
Yes.
And where did you guys go to middle school?
Harding Middle School.
Okay. And how did you meet Alex?
Just came to lunch one day and ended up sitting at the same table.
Okay. How would you describe your friendship with Alex?
Pretty long and a good one.
Okay. And what would you guys do together?
We'd hang out and play board games or video games.
Did you ever go over to his house?
Yeah,
Did he ever go over to yours?
sometimes.
And what kind of video games would you play?
We'd play like board games online, so a video game online with board games.
And how would you describe Alex's temperament? Did he have a hot temper?
No.
How would you describe him?
Pretty easy to work with, kind of mild-mannered.
Did you ever know Alex ever get in trouble with the law
Nope.
or get in trouble at school?
No.
Did he ever get in fights?
No.
So you wouldn't describe Alex as a violent person?
No.
Were you guys in band together?
Yes.
And what instrument did Alex play?
The flute.
Did you guys both go to Kennedy?
Yep.
And what year did you graduate?
2019.
Did Alex graduate then too?
Yes.
Did you ever play video games with Alex online?
When?
Let's say the night of June 14th of 2021. Did you play video games with Alex that night?
I would assume so.
Okay, and why would you assume so? Because you did a lot?
Yeah.
All right. What kind of video game were you playing that night?
I think Halo.
Okay. And are you any good at Halo?
Not really.
What about Alex?
Yeah, I bet better than me.
When you guys are playing Halo together, was anybody else playing that night as well?
Yes.
Who would that have been?
Just a couple of our friends.
Was one of them Wyatt?
No.
Oh, okay. Are you able to talk to each other while you're playing the Halo?
Yes.
And did Alex say anything that night that would lead you to believe he had any problem with his parents?
No.
Any problems in the home at all?
No.
So it's just general chit chat.
Yep.
Do you know about what time you would have stopped playing video games that night?
I don't remember.
would it be around 11?
Probably.
Would that be typical?
Yeah, I'd say so.
Did Alex ever complain that he had to spend time with his family when he wanted to play video games with you?
No.
Okay. Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Ms. Slaughter, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Barack, was that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Barack, you said that you and the defendant went to Harding Middle School together,
Yep.
and that sometimes he came to your house, but you went to his house also? Mm-hmm. Is that a yes?
Yeah.
How often did you guys hang out at each other's homes?
Quite a bit.
What's quite a bit?
I don't know, maybe once a week.
And would you stay the night?
Sometimes.
How often do you think you stayed the night?
Maybe about once a month.
Never slept on the porch with him, though, did you?
I don't think so.
When you'd stay the night, did you sleep in his bedroom?
No.
Where'd you sleep?
On the floor in the basement.
In that living room area?
Yeah.
And what was his dog's name?
Hero.
How often did Hero sleep down there with you guys?
Quite often.
Like every time?
Not every time.
How often was Hero sleeping out on that deck when you'd stay over there?
I don't know.
But the times you stayed, all you guys slept in the basement, dog included, right?
Yeah.
Now, you said the defendant does not have a hot temper, correct?
Yes.
Do you and he share the same political views?
Not really.
And when you say not really, what are the defendant's political views?
I object, Your Honor, to the relevance of this.
Sustained.
May we approach?
You may. All right, Ms. Slaughter, you may go ahead with a different question.
Mr. Burrock, you said that you had differing viewpoints from the defendant, correct?
Yeah.
And he and his sister also had differing viewpoints, right?
I don't know.
Ever saw him and his sister arguing?
No.
Ever saw his dad bickering at him about needing to get a job?
No.
You said that you and the defendant played board games online often.
I don't think war games would suffice for that game.
Okay, so you guys played more than just board games online, right?
Yeah.
And Halo's what, a shooting game?
Yeah.
Can you... I'm not a gamer, so give me some grace here, please. My understanding is that Halo is a group of people where all of you can talk to each other while you're playing online too. Is that correct?
Yes.
And when my apologies, picture that grouping of individuals, it's usually individuals who know each other outside of the game or at least link up within the game regularly. Would that be fair to say?
Sometimes.
Halo is a game that you guys would play together how often? Daily?
Rarely.
Rarely? What games were you playing regularly then?
More like board games.
Okay, so what board games were you playing?
Like card games. We'd play assorted board games like Settlers of Catan.
I'm sorry, is the witness saying board games?
Yes.
Thank you.
And how often did you do that?
A couple times a week.
How long does it take to get through a game, Seller of Catan?
It can take anywhere between maybe half an hour to an hour.
And so when you guys would get online and play these board games a couple times a week, how long would you usually spend playing the games?
In the summer, we usually would play for a few hours.
How would the decision be made to switch from the board games to the shoot-'em-up games?
Just depending on what people wanted to play.
What other shoot-'em games did you play other than Halo?
We played Gmod.
What's Gmon?
It's kind of a sandbox game where you can build things, and what you decide to play in it just depends on what you want to do.
Ever play Call of Duty together?
Sometimes.
How often?
Maybe once or twice every week.
And you'd play that Call of Duty and those Halo games online so that you're competing against people from all over the world, right?
No.
Just your group?
Yes.
So you wouldn't play online?
No.
Then how's your group playing together during the game?
Well, we can play as a group together, but we don't have to play with other people.
So you have like designated areas where you guys can go play together without interacting with outside sources
Yes.
or outside players. Did Alex ever mention to you that his sister was bisexual?
Objection. Your Honor, never mind, I'll withdraw it.
Okay. What time did you and the defendant start playing video games together on June 14th of 2021?
I don't remember.
Are you sure that you did play video games together that day?
Yeah.
How are you sure?
Your Honor, may we approach?
You may.
Can I have it read back, Judge? You may. I say that.
The last question, are you sure that you did play video games together that day? Answer, yeah. Question, how are you sure?
I know we played games a night that month around that time. That's about as sure as I can be.
Okay, so just, you're not positive that it was the 14th, right?
No.
Okay, that's fair. The last time that you do remember playing video games online with the defendant, was it Halo that you were playing or just a little bit of everything?
It was Halo.
How late were you guys playing?
I think we said about 11.
And how old are you?
21.
And this was summertime?
Yeah.
Did you have a job back in 2021?
No.
Were you also a college student then?
Yes.
So home for summer break?
Yep.
And when you came home for summer break, did you stay with your parents?
Yep.
You weren't working, so they were helping out with all your bills and stuff?
Correct.
And so your testimony today is that while you were home on summer break, that you were getting offline at 11 o'clock p.m.?
Yeah.
I don't have any further questions, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor. Thank
All
you.
right. Thank you, Mr. Burak. You may step down and are free to go.
Okay.
Your Honor, may we approach the bench?
You may. All right. Go ahead.
We will be calling Levi Gritton.
All right. Good afternoon, sir. You, Mr. Gritton? I'm going to have ask that you have a seat over there to my far left, sir. Mr. Gritton, just first thing, that microphone is live. You can move it around however you'd like to make yourself as comfortable as you can.
Thank you.
Mr. Gritton, the first thing I'm going to do is, sir, I'm going to swear you in. So if you please raise your right hand. Mr. Gritton, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be giving in this matter will be the truth?
I do.
Okay. You can put your hand down, sir. And then just for the record, can you please provide us with your first and last name and spell them both?
Sure. Levi Gritton, Levigritton.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Gritton. Mr. Johnston.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Gritton. How are you employed?
I work as a systems administrator at the University of Iowa Hospitals and Clinics.
And are you also a scoutmaster?
I was a scoutmaster with Troop 766 from 2015 to 2019.
All right. And during that time, did you become acquainted with Alexander Jackson?
Yeah, I met Alex in 2014 when he joined the troop.
Was that as a Boy Scout?
Yes.
All right. And did Alex become an Eagle Scout?
Alex did become an Eagle Scout.
And what's the difference between being a Boy Scout and an Eagle Scout?
An Eagle Scout is a rank that you earn within scouting after you complete a series of requirements.
Like, could you tell us what those requirements are?
Yeah, there's a series of merit badges that you must complete. There's some required ones and some electives. And then you also must complete an Eagle Scout project. It's a little more advanced and at the end of that, then you would do an Eagle Court of Honor, and they would review all the credentials that you've completed and determine if you've met the requirements.
So there's something called a Court of Honor?
Yeah, after you actually receive the Eagle Scout Award, you would have a Court of Honor, Eagle Court of Honor at the end of that, and where you would be, basically be acknowledged of completion of the project.
And what traits do you have to be an Eagle Scout? Do you understand my question?
Yes. I would say, following the Scout Law and the Scout Oath are two things that we look for when reviewing credentials of Scouts to make sure that they've completed the requirements.
What is the Scout Oath?
Scout Oath is it's basically just it's a saying that we say at the beginning of every meeting. And the Scout Law is a series of words that we say also. A Scout is trustworthy, loyal, friendly, courteous, kind, obedient, cheerful, thrifty, brave, clean, and reverent. So those are some of the key words that everyone must follow.
Did you get all those, Kathy? It came pretty fast. If you got that, I'm impressed. All right. And and then the oath is what? What is the oath that they take?
Oh, you're going to grill me on that one. I'm not sure I can recite that.
That's okay. You've been out of the game for a little while.
I have been out for a few years. Yeah.
Understood. How many years would you say that you knew Alex during this process?
Yeah, I met Alex in 2014, and I knew him right up until his Eagle Court of Honor as the last time I probably had interaction with him.
And do you remember what year that would have been?
I don't recall. I know he earned his Eagle in 2017, I believe, but I don't recall when the Eagle Court of Honor was.
Okay. And as you mentioned, you have to win or earn, a number of merit badges. Is that right?
Correct.
And just for some examples, Alex had a total of 34 merit badges. Does that sound right to you?
That's correct. Yep.
He got them in archery.
Yep.
And art.
Yep.
Right?
Correct.
And astronomy.
Correct.
Do you agree with that? And camping.
Correct.
Citizenship in community.
Correct.
What is that?
So citizenship in community is a merit badge where we expose them to similar to this, where we talk about how communities operate, talk about how cities work. There's city planning meetings, there's meetings with the mayor holds, city council meetings, things like that. So we expose them to different meetings and to expose them how the city works, how the city functions.
And citizenship in nation, what is that?
Let's talk a little bit more about how overall federal government works, how you elect people to represent you in government.
Citizenship in the world, I imagine, is
similar. Yeah, so it's a little more of a global perspective, talking about, how countries align with one another and trade and things like that.
And Alex got a merit badge in coin collecting, right?
Yes.
And communication. What is communication?
So communication is a merit badge where we really focus on public speaking and different forms of communicating, but it's really centered around being in front of other people, delivering speeches, being a leader, and providing direction to other scouts.
And I see there's a cycling merit badge. Is that right?
Correct.
And then what is disabilities awareness?
So that's a merit badge where we expose scouts to people that have disabilities, and so we've done a couple different things. We've done some volunteering at Goodwill, for example, kind of exposing them to some of the programs that Goodwill has to offer for those that have some disabilities. So showing them the opportunities that those people have to perform work and how they contribute to society.
So Alex would have to help disabled people and to get this badge?
He would, yeah, yep. So part of that was also volunteering to help somebody that may be disabled in some way to complete the merit badge, correct?
And then I see dog care on there.
Yes.
And what does that entail?
Yeah, so a lot of that is just tracking, having a dog and then tracking, what you did to take care of the animal. Feed it, water it, walk it, and keep a log of those activities.
And emergency preparedness, right?
Correct.
Environmental science.
Correct.
Family life.
Correct.
What was family life?
Family life is so there's several different components there. It's really talking about planning, organizing a family, making a purchase. How would you budget to make a big purchase like a car or appliance or something like that? So it's really just kind of going through those activities.
I see fingerprinting on here.
Yes.
How do you get a fingerprinting merit badge?
So it's we worked with some different law organizations, and they've really just, it's about educating how the fingerprinting process works and what information's captured.
So do they take somebody's fingerprints? Or?
They do, yeah. So we would go through the entire process of fingerprinting a scout, and they would get that record for as a takeaway from the activity.
Was part of that fingerprint comparison, did they have to make a match of somebody's fingerprints?
No.
First aid is on here too.
Yes.
I imagine that's what it sounds like.
Yep, exactly.
I'm going to go back to camping for a second, though. Did Alex enjoy camping?
Yes.
Like being outdoors?
Yes.
And how many times would you say you camp as a Boy Scout or an Eagle Scout?
Well, we would every month we would do a weekend camp out in the area, and then we would also in the summertime we would do what we call a high adventure trip, where we would go on a more advanced camp out. So in one case we went to Yellowstone, and we did a backpacking trip in Yellowstone for a week.
And do you remember any other high adventure trips you took?
We also went to Grand Canyon, and we did rim to rim in the Grand Canyon.
Hiked it?
Yep.
How long did that take?
That was about a week as well of backpacking.
During these high adventure trips, did Alex ever get into fights with anyone?
No.
Misbehave in any way?
Nope.
Fishing, we did Fish and Wildlife, I think. Indian lore, merit badge.
Yeah, so that's kind of getting familiar with your Native American history is really what that's centered around.
And then life-saving?
So that's similar to emergency prep or emergency preparedness merit badge. So you're kind of taking the next level on that. So it's resuscitation, being able to assess the situation, things like that.
CPR.
CPR. Yep.
And then you got a mining and society merit badge. How do you get?
So we did a trip down to the Stratica mine down in Kansas, the salt mine, and we did an overnight trip there and learned about how the Stratica salt mine operated.
What kind of salt mine?
It's Stratica is what the name of the mine was called.
Oh, okay.
But it's a salt mine.
I see. Okay.
Yep.
And he has got a music merit badge.
Yes.
That must have been pretty easy for him.
Yes.
Because Alex played in the band,
yes.
right? And then orienteering. Is that a typo? That's what it's called?
That's correct. So orienteering is a navigation. So learning how to orientate yourself, how to navigate with a compass and a map.
Personal fitness.
Yep.
Okay, and that was, again, that was back in 2017.
Yep.
All right. And personal management.
Personal management is a merit badge centered around really personal finance. So you're tracking your income and your spend and really coming up with a budget and tracking that information.
Okay. You also got one for photography. Is that right?
Correct.
And pottery.
Correct.
And programming.
Correct.
And rifle shooting.
Correct.
Now, how do you get your merit badge in rifle shooting?
So rifle shooting, you have to first complete a classroom portion of the program where you learn about the gun, how it operates. And then you also, the second part of it is actually demonstrating the proficiency of using the firearm.
And was he proficient?
He was. He completed the merit badge.
All right. So you have to be able to hit what you're shooting at?
Correct.
And this was a rifle, so these were like long guns?
These were 22 long rifles, correct.
And also shotgun shooting?
Correct.
Is part of this also like the care of a firearm as well?
Yes. Yep.
And firearm safety, I imagine?
Safety, care of the gun, cleaning it. Yep. Those are all components of it.
Snow sports.
Yeah,
right?
so that's snow skiing.
Sustainability.
That's learning about the environment and how to make focus around, renewable energy, things like that.
And yeah, swimming merit badge.
Correct.
And you have dates and all the times on the occasions that he earned this badge.
Correct.
And then I think you also said that he had to then go through a court of honor.
Yeah, so after he completed the merit badges and he completed a Eagle project, At that point, he would do an Eagle Board of Review, and that's when it would be determined whether or not he would earn the Eagle rank. And then at some point after that, the family would organize an Eagle Court of Honor to recognize the Eagle Scout.
And did Alex go through all of that
He did.
and become an Eagle Scout?
Yes.
Do you remember what Alex's project was?
Yes. We helped with painting the Frankie house.
And what's the Frankie house?
The Frankie house was a home, I believe, that was slated for demolition, and it was decided by the historical district to reposition the home into a different area, and then it was rehabilitated. And Alex's project was to paint the interior of the home.
And was that, do you recall, was there an article in the paper about that?
There was, yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
What number are we at? Okay. I'm going to hand you what's been marked Defendant's Exhibit K and ask you, is that the article that was in the paper about Alex's project?
Yes, it is.
Move for admission of Defendant's Exhibit K, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Scheer?
No, Your Honor.
Exhibit K is admitted.
Mr. Gritton, during the whole time that you knew Alex, did he ever get in a fight with anybody?
He did not.
A heated argument?
No.
Cause any trouble at all?
No.
What did you think of him?
He was a great kid. I could count on him in any situation. I think one of the most difficult things that we were involved in was in the Yellowstone backcountry. We had several younger scouts, and he was one of the older scouts at the time. And I would always rely on him to carry more gear and to kind of take more of a leadership position with leading us through some of the difficult hiking and areas that we were traveling through. And I think in those situations really bring out your true character, when you're faced with some difficult, being out without much help. And so I thought that was a good representation of who he was.
Was he helpful to the other scouts? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, always helpful.
The younger ones?
Yep.
And what's an Eagle Palm?
Eagle Palm is a kind of an award when you show it, when you go above and beyond the baseline requirements for becoming an Eagle Scout. You can earn palms for, I think it's 5 additional merit badges above the minimum. You get a palm.
Did Alex get those?
I believe he did, yes. I don't recall how many, though.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Mr. Scheer, cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Good. Thank you.
Sir, as an Eagle Scout myself, you would agree that the motto of Boy Scouts is be prepared, right?
That is correct.
Slogan is do a good term daily.
That's correct.
So by being prepared means being ready for any situation.
Correct.
And an Eagle Scout, we have to earn 21 merit badges, correct?
Correct.
And a majority of those are what's called required merit badges.
Correct.
And those are that have the silver border around them.
Correct.
Correct? And then the non-required ones have that green border around it.
That is correct.
And one of those non-requirement ones are elective that you can choose from is rifle merit badge.
That's correct.
And there are certain things you have to do to get that rifle merit badge, such as be familiar with a .22 rifle, correct?
That's correct.
Know how to load it, correct?
Correct.
Shoot it,
Correct.
correct? Clean it.
Correct.
Just be very familiar with that type of gun.
That's correct.
And that's the gun that's used at most camps or just at all times when you are qualifying to get that merit badge.
Yes, the .22 rifle is the primary weapon for that merit badge.
And some of the required merit badge for the Eagle Scout is the safety merit badge.
Correct.
The first aid merit badge.
Correct.
Correct. As well as the emergency preparedness badge as well, correct?
That's correct.
And these merit badges help a person be prepared to encounter traumatic events. Would you agree with that?
I would. Yes, that's correct.
So if you see someone hurt or injured, you're ready to act and give aid. Would you agree with that?
That's correct.
If someone is down and they need help, you can always count on that Eagle Scout to step up and help.
That's correct.
So if you see someone hurt, bleeding, that Eagle Scout's going to go and give aid first before worrying about themselves. You agree with that?
That's correct.
When was the last time that you had contact with the defendant?
It would have been at Alex's Eagle Court of Honor. I don't remember the date, but it was after he'd earned his Eagle Award in 2017.
So back in 2017 is the last time that you had contact with the defendant?
Correct.
So this event that we're here for happened in 2021, so 4 years had gone by and you had no contact with the defendant.
That's correct.
So you have no idea what his relationship was with his family, correct?
Correct.
No idea what his relationship for the past 4 years was with his sister, correct?
That's correct.
Is it safe to say that people change over time?
I would agree.
Thank you, sir. No further questions.
Mr. Johnston?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir. You may
Thank you,
step
Mr.
down.
Gritton.
Yep, you're free to go. Do you have somebody else?
Yeah.
All right, let's keep going. Who are you calling next? Okay. If you folks want to stand and stretch, again, anytime we have one of these kind of interludes, you go for it. You don't need my permission. Good afternoon. Is it investigator, officer? All right. Investigator Casper, why don't you have a seat over there, sir? And good afternoon. I'm Judge Anderson. So Investigator Casper, the microphone's live. You can move it around to suit your needs. I'm going to start off by swearing you in, sir, so please raise your right hand. Investigator Casper, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be giving in this matter will be the truth?
I do.
Okay. You can put your hand down, sir. Thank you. And then just for the record, can you please give us your first and last name?
Rob Casper, R-O-B-K-A-S-P-E-R.
Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Casper.
Good afternoon.
And is it investigator?
It is.
Okay. And how long have you been an investigator with the Cedar Rapids Police Department?
About 4.5 years.
And before that, what were your duties with the Cedar Rapids Police Department?
I got hired in 1999 and worked patrol up until 4.5 years ago.
And were you or are you a certified peace officer in the state of Iowa?
I am, sir.
Okay. And in that capacity, at some point, did it fall upon you to prepare a search warrant for a Ring camera system?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember what date that was that you did that?
I believe it's the 15th of June.
Do you remember preparing a search warrant on June 17th for the Ring camera system?
I do.
And can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury why you did that?
The second search warrant was prepared to obtain data from the Ring servers regarding camera footage for the date of June 17th.
And why were you doing one for the date of June 17th?
The investigators requested an additional search warrant. On the first search warrant, I wrote there was data provided by Ring, and the investigators thought there should be more data provided by the camera. So they performed a test by walking officers in the backyard. They wanted Ring to provide that data to see if it captured officers' motions as they walked in the backyard during that test.
And this is in part because on the first grab of Ring doorbell camera video, the other 2 or 3 cameras of the house had a number of videos, and the backyard camera only had 2. Is that right?
I'm not exactly sure the specific number of files, Mr. Johnson. I could refer to the notes if I had them, but
That's okay. But there was a concern, and maybe if I could refresh your recollection, in your search warrant application, you wrote Investigator Holst contacted Ring. Ring was able to confirm that only 2 videos associated with the camera, and then there's a long number for the camera, were stored within the Ring servers. Remember that?
I do. Yes, thank you.
You're welcome. In trying to determine if this was a camera setting or ruling out any camera recording error, officers of the Cedar Rapids Police Department performed a deliberate testing of the recording zone by having officers walk through the back door of the residence, tracing the path of egress by the suspect as described by the witness, Alex Jackson.
Yes, sir.
So I imagine that what you did is have officers walk around in the back of the house.
You're not exactly correct there. I didn't have them do anything.
Okay.
They did that on their own,
All
but
right.
I did write the warrant, Mr. Johnson.
All right. You didn't have anything to do with that, but you became aware of that's what was going on.
Yes, sir.
That officers stood in different parts of the backyard.
Yes.
And that's again in part because on June 15th, the police presence was recorded on the garage camera, right? But the police presence in the backyard, there were no videos for that, right?
If I'm understanding you correctly, there were 2 videos, yes.
Sorry.
And I cannot testify to what was contained on the videos because I never watched them.
But that was the reason for getting this warrant, was because the police presence was not captured. It was the 2 videos that were just Alex walking in and out. The police presence in the backyard was never captured by a Ring camera.
Objection, Your Honor. I'm going to object to the form of the question.
The objection's overruled. You can answer.
Again, Mr. Johnson, I don't know what the video actually showed. So when you're saying police presence, I'm interpreting that as you're asking me to testify to a video about police walking in the backyard or not. And I can't say that because I didn't see the video. But in essence, it was directed to me to write that second video because they felt like there was not enough correlation between the 2 cameras. They expected more footage.
And again, if I could return your attention to the warrant that you prepared. Officers responding to the initial call for service on 6/15/21 were within the zone of the camera's coverage, and therefore those images should have been located on the initial data received from Ring LLC. They were not. Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
The other cameras did record the activity of officers responding, and those videos were present and viewed by Investigator Holst.
Okay, that makes sense.
Okay, does that refresh your recollection then?
It does.
All right. So that was the purpose in those officers doing that, and then you filled out the warrant application and served it on Ring. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And did Ring return any data from that June 17th, 21 test?
They did not.
In other words, the camera recorded no activity on that date.
I can't answer that. All I can tell you is that Ring provided us no data whatsoever.
But I mean, they were complying with the subpoena, though.
The search warrant, yes, sir.
I'm sorry, this is
Yeah.
the search warrant. In other words, the test failed to produce any videos.
Again, I can't exactly say that. All I can say is that Ring didn't give us any data.
Wouldn't that be a fair assumption?
Well, I'm not going to assume.
Okay. But you asked for all the videos in your search warrant,
I did.
and they sent you no videos.
They sent no data at all.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Cross-examination?
Investigator Casper, you wrote the search warrant, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
But the information contained in the search warrant, you didn't have any personal knowledge of, right?
Correct.
That information was relayed to you because different tasks and different duties during a homicide investigation are triaged. Would that be fair to say?
It would.
And so the information contained in the affidavit in the search warrant you received from other investigators, correct?
Yes.
And when the information was returned from Ring or whatever their actual corporation name is, you didn't yourself review the files that were received, right?
Correct.
And so you don't know what's on any of the video clips, right?
Correct.
And you don't know what data or metadata was also sent with those clips.
You are correct.
All you know is that one batch of data came in and went to the investigators, and you were asked to request additional data, right?
Correct.
And in asking to request additional data, what I'm hearing you say is that after your second search warrant, nothing was returned from Ring.
Yes.
Okay, I don't have any further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Johnson?
Do you have any doubt that if Ring had data, that they would have given it to you?
Again, I can't testify to Ring's practices.
When you served the original, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there. When you served the original search warrant on Ring for June 15th, they provided the data, right?
Yes.
You got videos.
Yes.
And when you served the search warrant on June 17th, they returned no videos,
I return no data.
which,
I'm sorry, I hate to be picky, but it could be other things other than videos.
okay, all right. So no videos or any other kind of data.
Correct.
All right, I understand.
Okay.
You're being careful. Thank you. No further questions.
Yeah.
Anything further, Ms. Slaughter?
Investigator, when you say it could be other data would hypothetically include settings on the camera.
It could.
It would include whether or not that camera was powered on or off.
According to Ring's information, when you're requesting records from them or data from them, that is a data point that they say they hold on to. I don't know if when we refer to the first warrant, when you're talking about what kind of data they give back, I'm not exactly sure what came in that package. It's a possibility.
I don't have any further questions, Judge.
Mr. Johnson?
Just so we're clear, in your warrant application, you asked for all stored digital videos, images, or pictures associated with this count in whatever form they may be, right?
Yeah.
No further questions.
Just want to make sure, Ms. Slaughter.
No, I don't have anything
All
else,
right,
Judge.
good. All right, you may step down and are free to go.
Thank you.
Yep. Ladies and gentlemen, we are 4:29 on my watch. We're going to call it a day. Again, I would remind you that you are still subject to the admonition. Again, keep an open mind. Don't talk to anybody about this case. Avoid any media coverage, and don't do any sort of investigation. And be back here ready to go by 9 o'clock on Monday. What I will tell you about the schedule, my best guess is that at this point, we will be able to submit this case to you either Monday morning or Tuesday, Monday afternoon or Tuesday morning is when we would get this case submitted to you. Again, that's always subject to change. I have limited control. I have some control, but limited control. But I'm doing everything I can, as are the attorneys, to move this forward as quickly as possible. And we're still close to our original schedule. So with that, have a great weekend, everybody. Go ahead and have a seat. Anything we need to make a formal record on at this point from the state's end?
Do you think we should memorialize the state's objection to the defendant's witness on the record?
Sure. There's a witness, I think that that I understood Mr. Johnson was going to be calling on behalf, or the defendant was going to be calling Mr. Charles Gavin. Is that correct? And was going to be calling him, I believe, instead of Mr. Gritton at that point. Ms. Slaughter, you approached and indicated that you were objecting because Mr. Gavin had been disclosed very late in the process. I think this amended, I'm assuming you got notice by way of this amended defendant's notice of witness?
Yes, that was the second amended witness list for the defendant.
And that's the one that was filed on January 6th at 10:47 a.m. So, and again, we had a pretty brief conversation. My understanding is Mr. Gavin's a friend.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So, I guess where I left things was, state said they had no opportunity to take a deposition. I'm going to give them that opportunity, and if, as a result of that deposition, the state believes there's prejudice, additional prejudice resulting, certainly let me know. Again, if there's something unexpected or unusual that would come up as a result of the deposition, and you believe that the state's not going to have any opportunity to meet that or address that, you can certainly bring that to my attention. But
Your Honor, I'd like to bring that to your attention now. My understanding is that this witness lives out of town. From the information I received from Mr. Johnston just at the bench. All I have listed is a Cedar Rapids, Iowa, no address. I don't know how to contact him. We're in the middle of trial, and I'm curious on the court's direction when during the middle of trial we'd be able to schedule these depositions.
Well, I mean, you indicated you possibly wanted to take his deposition.
Because I would like to have deposed him if I would have been given ample notice.
Mr. Johnson?
All I can say is they didn't want to depose any of my client's witnesses other than Mr. Hyen. When I gave them the list of witnesses originally, they had no interest in deposing any of my client's friends. And Mr. Gavin is outside, so you can get his contact information. And I'm just saying, I don't believe that Ms. Slaughter would have been asking to take his deposition had we given the notice earlier. So I don't believe there is any prejudice to the state.
Well, here's what we're going to do. We're going to table this right now. We're going to, Mr. Johnson, you're going to get Mr. Gavin, and you're going to, Ms. Slaughter, you can be there. You can get his contact information, and maybe you can have an informal conversation, Mr. Johnson, and see if that satisfies you. If it does not, and you still have an objection, we'll deal with it on Monday morning. All right? But, Mr. Johnson, I want you to arrange that.
I'm going to do it right now.
Yep. Anything else at this point?
No, Your Honor.
And, all right, off the record then,